Chapter 1135 Travel. After receiving the formula, Yen Liling entered a deep state of focus and analysis. She concluded the same thing as Wang Wei, but she also knew how to use this formula properly. So, without wasting much time, she entered the dream world for a pill simulation. For the first simulation, she successfully refined the pill using her current skills. For the second simulation, she restrained her dream body to the quasi-emperor realm and had her refine the pill. This attempt took a few trials and errors, but only because she was limited by her cultivation level, but she had the skill. After all, her ability reached another level after comprehending the alchemy Grand Dao source. Yen Liling was unsatisfied with this result, so she created a dream body that perfectly replicates her skills right before she proved the Dao. She was finally getting somewhere. As she watched her young self refine that pill, Yen Liling noticed many minute or subtle flaws in her techniques, many of which can improve her skills and cultivation levels after correcting them. Yen Liling felt a rush of satisfaction once that version of herself refined that pill, and her skills increased by a noticeable amount. So, the path of skill is viable, Yen Liling thought with a bright smile. After proving the Dao, she felt a great sense of emptiness inside of her. She had achieved everything she had wanted, being praised by the world as a pill sage, proving the Dao, becoming immortal/eternal, and marrying a great husband. The only unsatisfactory part about her life was that she was stuck in the Guardian world but did not regret her choice. So, Yen Liling has been feeling lost for a while. She took solace in cultivating and refining pills, but she felt directionlessness, like she was doing it just for the sake of doing it. But now, she felt her passion for pill refining reignited. She saw a new challenge in the path of pill refinement, which ignited her love for the art and her competing spirit. She wanted to challenge that mountain that has probably stopped countless pill paragons. It would be even better if I could be the first to do it. It was unfortunate that her competitor, the Flame Emperor, did not lose to her in talent and was leagues ahead. Let's not get too ambitious. The goal now is to attain the skills of a transcendent being. Yen Liling's eyes became brighter, her aura more peaceful and ethereal, her state of mind had improved significantly. It's time that I visit the myriad pill world. A screen floated before her, and Yen Liling clicked on the embassy icon and thought the words, myriad pill world, in her mind. She clicked on sending a request and waited. Her actions created a small commotion as the myriad pill world's heavenly court received her request for travel. After all, she was the guardian of the myriad emperor world and, more importantly, the first on the pill emperor list. The staff swiftly noticed their heavenly emperors, who exited his retreat to hold a meeting. 10 minutes later, Yen Liling received notification of her approval and left the dream world. A blue flame materialized before her in the shape of a curvy body, and a few minutes later, it condensed into a clone. This should do, she muttered before contacting her big brother to ask for a talisman. Once she received it, she used the dream world to teleport the clone to her destination. The first thing Yen Liling noticed after opening her eyes was a long red carpet with soldiers wearing gold armor on both sides. Her gaze immediately noticed a few towering statues, 2 on the right side with the title of Pill Saints, engraved on their plaque, and 14 on the left with the Pill Monarch title. She slowly walked to the end of the red carpet, where this world's heavenly emperor and other court members received her with a bright smile. I apologize that I could only come with a clone. We understand your situation, so there is no need, replied the Diligence Pill Emperor. Yen Liling observed this eternal emperor. Nothing extraordinary, old, with long white hair and a beard that reached his waist, regular black clothes, and an aroma of medicine just like most alchemists. His eyes were bright, and his aura could be described as steadfast. Despite how ordinary and boring this man looked, Yen Liling knew he was actually quite an interesting character. The Diligence Pill Emperor, also called Chui Guoyang, originated from 2 eras of the myriad pill world. At a young age, he learned of the existence of the 9 Extremity Foundation and wanted to achieve it. However, all indications showed him he did not have the talent for it, so he opted for an alternative method through pills. After honing his skills to the pinnacle of his generation, he refined a mortal-grade Dao forging pill with the slightest intelligence/spirit before sending it through reincarnation to experience the samsara baptism. The pill was instructed to remain a pill, so whatever form it was reincarnated into, it would absorb the flesh, blood, and spirit of its new owner to remain or revert to a pill. Meanwhile, Cui Guoyang sealed himself in bloodstones. After every reincarnation, he would wake up, track down the pill, and refine it again to ensure no issue before sending it into reincarnation. This generation was the 9th, and his plan succeeded through luck and great help from his factions. Cui Guoyang woke up and swallowed that pill. His plan did not work, but it also did not fail. The pill granted him the strength of 6 leaf while also washing away his karma, since his constant interruption of the process meant he had to start over. After that, he used his newly created samsara refining technique to prove to Heavenly Dao he was the best in this generation and became this world's great emperor. "I'm glad you are understanding," Yen Liling nodded. The two walked inside while taking part in small chatter. "I see that you haven't increased the number of recognized pill monarchs?" Yen Liling asked casually, but her words made many of these ministers embarrassed. Cui Guoyang sighed. "This topic has become an issue of contention, and these people insist that I be the one who makes a final decision." Pill monarchs, or pill saints, were not titles granted lightly. Not even an eternal emperor can change that. Pill monarchs are for alchemists who have refined an immortal pill while being mortals, and pill saints are for the ones who refine the Dao pill. In other words, this world had 16 individuals who did something that only Yen Liling did back home. "I honestly do not see what's wrong with using my immortal runes to achieve the pill monarch position. Yes, it is easier than the other methods, but it's not something everybody can do." Yen Liling was not shy about sharing her opinion. This world had created 4 methods of refining immortal pills, but with harsh requirements for talents and skills, none were universal. Over the course of their history, only 14 people have succeeded, and the number would have been higher if not for the fact that these pill formulas were highly guarded secrets, which even led to the destruction of countless factions or lineages. This world's alchemist praised Yen Liling for her immortal runes creation, but they also debated whether the people who succeeded with her method were worthy of the title. "It's all about preserving traditions," added one of the ministers walking behind them. "Traditions, huh? That's not necessarily a good thing." "What are you implying?" "I'm not implying anything, just stating a fact," Yen Liling replied coolly. "Traditions is why you haven't uploaded your immortal methods to the dream world so that others can learn and improve based on it. Traditions are what restrict development. Traditions are why many people have predicted that in less than 10 generations, your world will lose its status as the place with the most developed pill Dao." These ministers' faces turned ugly. Such a fact was one of their sore spots, and they haven't been happy ever since someone released that statistic in the dream world. Most people denied this truth, but sadly, the data did not care for their feelings. Most worlds were entering a golden era of alchemy with the spread of the immortal runes, and it was only a matter of time before someone surpassed them. Yen Liling did not utter another word to these people. She knew why they were so stubborn. This world had one of the highest statuses during the Commerce Hub, which would use them primarily to turn most of its raw resources into things like pills. However, now that the mighty had fallen and the other worlds could use the dream world to train alchemists like Raising Grass, they were not as high and mighty as they used to be. It hasn't been 50,000 years since the war ended, and these people have not adapted to the rapid changes of the endless void. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1136 Travel 2. He's also responsible for the current situation, Yen Liling thought, secretly glancing at Cui Guoyang. His indecisive nature has immensely aggravated the situation. Hopefully, he will be more open to my persuasion. The group soon arrived at a large hall with a grand banquet decorated with gold, purple, and white, all colors associated with nobility and immortality. They served the finest wine refined by these top alchemists and top-grade spiritual food for such an honored guest. Yen Liling tasted all the delicacies, and many of them still had some effect on her real body. Then, she noticed a noodle dish that was releasing a dark aura. "What's that?" "Oh, that's a dish from the Curse Haven world. We didn't know your taste, so we thought of trying many different things." "Apologies for the mistake," the diligent Pill Emperor explained as he motioned someone to take the dish away. "No need," Yen Liling declined. "I've never tasted something so strange, so it should be an experience." The Curse Haven world was an interesting world in which the Tao of curses overwhelmed the others. So, no matter what Tao someone cultivated inside, they will be corrupted to involve curse Tao. Even outsiders cannot spend too long inside unless they have something like a domain to protect themselves. She slurred the black crunchy noodles, and despite eating such an unappealing dish, she looked as majestic and noble as ever. Yen Liling then heard an intense scream in her head, followed by pain. However, this kind of pain was not the suffering kind, but the painful but pleasurable kind. "I guess I now know this food's target," she thought as she wiped her food. "How is it?" "Better than I anticipated," she replied. "Do you think the rumors about the Inyang Curse King were true? Are you talking about the one that said he created the ultimate curse capable of killing anyone in the Great Emperor realm? Or the one about his mother?" "The former. It's probably propaganda, or his work has been glamorized after his death," replied Cui Guoyang. "If such a curse exists, it would mean it could kill the first heavenly emperor without giving him the chance to resist." Cui Guoyang saw this man's strength from the dream world, so he would not believe such a thing existed. And if it did, it would be too scary. He would want such a curse to be eradicated from the annals of history. "I feel the same," nodded Yen Liling. The Curse Haven world was an interesting world. Before what happened to the Nine Devil God world, it was one of the rare heaven worlds that could give birth to more than one great emperor, which were then called Curse Kings. However, like all worlds with this composition, it sacrificed quality for quantity, so the highest level of achievement was first class, 15% to be precise, and achieving higher classification was like playing a game in nightmare difficulty. However, some people succeeded, 3 to be exact, and they succeeded in the same generation. The Inyang Curse King, the Malevolent Curse King, and the Shadow Curse King have spent their entire life competing all the way to their heaven will battle. They were pretty evenly matched until this point when the Shadow Curse King became a pseudo-eternal while the other two became true eternals, leaving him out of the competition. Even after proving the Tao, these two continued their battles to prove who was the best. Then, they had one last legendary fight before ascending, which resulted in the Malevolent Curse King's victory. However, he claimed he would not accept that victory because the Inyang Curse King had created an ultimate curse, but chose not to use it at the last minute. Since then, rumors of this ultimate curse have spread from the Curse Haven world to the Endless Void. However, most people agree that it has been exaggerated due to the fierce reputation the world used to have. The banquet continued for a few hours, and Yen Liling enjoyed herself. She felt slightly cramped back home, so this outing was the perfect distraction. Now, it was time for the official discussions. "If you don't mind, I will be direct about my purpose. Please." Cui Guoyang was not fond of these political talks, where people spoke in circles, never stating what they wanted or meant. "I have a few purposes for coming. Firstly, I'm here for a Tao preaching session with Your Excellency and many other talented alchemists of this world. They don't have to be only immortals, but people with genuine skills." "I would be more than happy," Cui Guoyang replied immediately. He was currently ranked 3rd on the Pill Emperor list, and such a session might allow him to acquire the 2nd spot. For someone like him, wealth was meaningless, only honor and his pill refining skills mattered. "This is my second purpose," Yen Liling announced as she summoned the talisman. "Previously, your world's establishment of the dream world was incomplete. This talisman should change that." Cui Guoyang hesitated while the ministers had varying reactions, mostly negative. After this world connected to the dream world, Su Shi's power was needed to set up the battle tower as she summoned imprints from across space-time so people could either learn their skills or compete with them. However, she's not Wang Wei, so she was limited on the amount of imprints she could condense unless she spent years on this job. More importantly, these alchemists protested immensely. They did not want certain imprints to be condensed since that would reveal their most secret techniques, including the Pill Monarchs and Pill Saints. The ordeal was about to turn into a complicated situation that Wang Wei needed to decide, but Su Shi was tired of all that nonsense and just left. "About this," said a minister who coughed so people could focus on him. "We've sent an application to the court. We would like to argue our case that the decision to include these imprints should fall under world internal affairs or rights. The myriad emperor world's heavenly court was technically the supreme ruler of all the courts in the endless void. Still, its rules prevented the interference of other courts, unless things like the dream world were involved. Then, things became complicated. Our mission and goal is to create the most prosperous era of the lower dimension, and your actions have limited the development of Pill Dao, so your case has been rejected." "You can't do that." "But I can," Yen Liling replied calmly before summoning a scroll with Wang Wei's stamp on it. These people's faces turned ugly. "I want to use the more courteous way, but you forced me." She was interested in learning from all the world's emperors and other talented alchemists. She especially wanted to know how the two pill saints refine their Dao pills. "I call for an appeal," declared another minister. "That's enough. Aren't you tired of embarrassing us?" Cui Guoyang finally intervened. He knew this woman was the little sister of the first heavenly emperor, and this man has shown consistently that as much as he wants others to follow the rules, as much as he is willing to follow them to ensure order and prosperity, he's also willing to break them on a whim. So, even if their appeal passed as long as she asked, he would overrule everything like the true tyrant he secretly is. The sad thing is that they cannot do anything since a layer of a wise and beloved ruler masks this tyrant. "Your Highness, we will accept your decision. Is there anything else?" "No, that's it." "In that case, why don't you start with your business while I gather everyone needed for the Dao preaching session?" "As you wish." Yen Liling left the table to follow a servant who showed her to her room. "Your Majesty!" The Diligence Pill Emperor raised his hand to stop whoever was speaking. Then, he remained with his thoughts for the next 10 minutes. "How about we build a Pill Saint monument for her?" "What?" "Not just her, but all the Pill Monarch's talents we have in this generation. Better yet, we can do so for every talent in the lower dimension." This conversation made me realize that if we do not change with the times, we will be left behind, continued the Diligence Pill Emperor. It also made me realize that our world was in a unique situation, one we can take advantage of to ensure our lasting prosperity. The room was quiet for a few seconds before someone spoke. "This might not be a bad idea. If we can make these monuments and have their owner acknowledge it, it can increase our world's chi luck, just like any of the dream world's lists. If we do this, we will need something to lure these people in. So, we're just going to reveal our secret techniques like that? There are far better and more valuable techniques than ours, but these people were still willing to share them." Cui Guoyang frowned as he sensed these people might start arguing again. "Alright, it's decided. Let's start by acknowledging the 4 new Pill Monarchs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1137 Travel 3. While Yen Liling was on her journey to increase her pill refining skills, Wang Wei also started his own journey after dealing with the sex affairs. Although he could reach the extremity C with one step, he decided to take his time and go on a short vacation while finishing some things he'd been putting off. His first destination was the mortal heart world. He did not alarm anyone with his arrival to prevent this world's court from making a big deal out of his presence and ruining his vacation. So, Wang Wei only changed his clothes to fit the local custom and enjoy the scenery and food. The air or atmosphere of the mortal heart world was sweet, clear, and peaceful. The entire world had a nature-like atmosphere due to the sheer number of forests, mountains, lakes, and rivers. This world's cultivator did an excellent job at preserving nature, so the environment was probably one of the best in the endless void. It probably would be the best if not for worlds in which Dao overwhelms all other Daos. This world deserves the title of the most peaceful world, Wang Wei thought after a servant served his food. The cultivation system of the mortal heart world was divided into 3 stages, each with 3 levels: the spiritual awakening stage, the self-reflection stage, and the heaven-earth pondering stage. The spiritual awakening stage is self-explanatory. The cultivators open their sea of consciousness and cultivate their spiritual/soul power. Based on the quantity and quality of the spiritual power, someone will be in the 1st to 3rd level of this stage. In the self-reflection stage, the world's people began a process of intense self-reflection. They delved into their subconscious to temper their mind, spirit, soul, and Dao heart. By the end of this stage, they knew who they were, what they wanted, and what they were willing to sacrifice for it. They built their goals, ambitions, moral compass, and world views. Once they finished their self-cultivation, the mortal heart cultivators could no longer improve themselves from the inside, so they focused on the outside. They began to use heaven and earth to temper themselves. The main cultivation technique of this stage is called pondering heaven, and it's a brilliant idea. A cultivator could walk to a random tree in the forest and ponder it. Then, they will experience the tree's life from birth to the current stages. So, if the tree were thousands of years old, the cultivators would experience that 1,000 years, just like they had experienced another life, like they had experienced another samsara. The people of this world preserved the environment because they could ponder everything, from a piece of grass to the stars in the sky to ancient beings that lived for yuan epochs. In fact, the older an object is, the more valuable it is, since the pondering effect will be more effective. Of course, it's also more dangerous. If a cultivator cannot retain their own sense of self, they will be assimilated by the object's memories and experiences. I experienced something similar in primordial chaos, Wang Wei thought. When he was the myriad devourer, he had to fight for his life to preserve the few decades of memories of Earth. Otherwise, they would have been assimilated, and he would have lost his main personality. Wang Wei walked out of the restaurant for the next. He heard someone squabbling and went to watch. It was rare to see fights in this era of the mortal heart world. The cultivators of this world do not rely much on resources since they mainly use themselves, the environment, or nature for their cultivation, so this world is very peaceful compared to others. Adding their terrifying Dao heart and ability to control their emotions, this world deserves the title of the most peaceful. Of course, it does not mean there were no fights, but compared to the brutal history of other worlds, the mortal heart world can be described as a utopia ever since they started this cultivation system. Then, everything improved with the arrival of the dream world. All contradictions could be settled there without any worry about casualties. Wang Wei's court made the mortal heart world an example to encourage people to settle their disputes using this method to reduce the loss of cultivators and populations. Wang Wei watched the fight between these two, a man and a woman. They were both 3rd stage 2nd level, which was equivalent to saints back home. The woman used her Dao heart and mind to resonate with the laws of fire, while the man used the thunder law. Wang Wei immediately noticed 2 interesting things about this fight. Firstly, these people had 0 understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Instead, their spirit was so concentrated that they could use their mind and Dao hearts to forcefully bend the laws to their whim, thus achieving an alternate form of law resonance. The second thing he noticed was that these two were fighting on 2 fronts, outside and inside. While throwing elemental attacks at each other, their minds were in a spirit realm, confronting each other. That was how battles in the 2nd stage occurred in this world. People fight to destroy each other's minds, spirits, and selves, leaving the loser with a damaged psyche that turns them into a coma state, makes them crazy, gives them severe depression and other mental illnesses, or directly annihilates their souls. If I were to quantify my willpower, it should be on par with a paragon. So, could I use this world's cultivation system to create a technique that allowed me to use my willpower to forcibly borrow strength from 90% Grand Dao source? Wang Wei thought as he quickly deduced the outcome. I could, but my body would instantly collapse. If I liberate all my soul strength in advance, I should survive in a soul state. However, the backlash from doing something like that would directly send me to limbo. What's more, Grand Dao might even punish me for my actions. So, unless I'm forced into a corner and want to take the enemy with me, using such a technique is useless. Despite this conclusion, he decided to create this technique. I should reserve some time to study all cultivation techniques of the lower dimension before ascending. He knew the importance of learning from all kinds of civilizations. Wang Wei always believed one of his greatest assets is the knowledge from Earth. The battle between these two, which appeared to be a lover's quarrel, did not last long as two ultimate third stages powerhouses from their respective clan came to stop them. Ultimate third stages are quasi-emperors of this world. After completing their pondering, the cultivators will choose a law that fits whatever goals or ambitions they've established in the second stage to understand and condense law crystals in their sea of consciousness to prepare for the heaven will. They will also use this stage to make up for the deficiency in their weak, fleshly body. This stage is also when cultivators drastically increase their lifespan as they no longer rely on the passive connection between their soul and their body to nourish their bodies and increase their lifespan. They will actively absorb the spiritual qi between heaven and earth to nourish their bodies, take more pills, and even use laws to temper their bodies. The elders stopped the two from fighting, deciding to hold a family meeting to discuss their contradictions. Wang Wei watched them leave before he also walked away. This world was entering a state of rapid development, mainly in their alchemy and other professional fields. All the professions were severely underdeveloped, especially talismans. Pills were still needed to accelerate the speed of cultivating spiritual power in the first stages, and some pills helped with delving deep into the subconscious mind. Meanwhile, formations were used to protect the mind from being assimilated during the act of pondering. However, talismans were of little to no use according to the natives. In fact, talismans originated from their interactions with foreign worlds, especially the commerce hub. Their minimalist attitude toward resources prevented them from truly developing talisman Dao. It's also why they had such a terrible relationship with the hub. The commerce hub wanted all this world's raw and unmined resources, but the people here hated destroying nature for no reason through unrelenting mining. The commerce hub was about to invade this world for its resources. Luckily for them, one of their two Eternals, before this era appeared. He headed to their headquarters and devastated the minds of so many people that they were almost forced to activate their trump card. Luckily, that Eternal only wanted to give a warning and discuss a treaty to protect his world. It's a shame, Wang Wei thought before leaving this world. He wanted to use their technique to ponder the entire world. Experiencing this world's development from birth to now should have helped him temper his mind, spirit, and Dao heart. However, he had already done something similar during his existence ceremony and on a much larger scale. Let's head to the pursuing longevity world next, he thought before disappearing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1138 Travel 4. As soon as Wang Wei arrived at his destination, he found a bleak world full of war and chaos, completely different from the peaceful atmosphere of the mortal heart world. Immortal cultivators everywhere used their artifacts and various spells to attack each other. The battle seemed to be between a group of armored individuals and regularly dressed cultivators. No one noticed Wang Wei's sudden appearance, so he was observing this war like it was nothing but a movie. I should be in the mortal realm, but I don't feel any sense of restraint. Did the war destroy the boundaries between the mortal, spirit, and immortal world? Wang Wei flew around while checking things. He nodded in satisfaction after seeing the mortals in this world did not suffer from this devastating war. Wang Wei then ascended to the immortal realm since it was the place where the war was the most intense. As expected, immortal powerhouses from all paths fought non-stop, trying to kill each other as swiftly as possible. I have to give Zhu Tao credit. I didn't think he could convince so many people to be on his side. Boom. Someone exploded themselves, releasing a terrifying power that devastated the surrounding spatial integrity of this area while killing countless people in the process. However, this was just the beginning, as even more people exploded themselves as a last act of desperation. "Are you guys crazy?" yelled a divine general from the pursuing longevity's court. "You and that bastard Zhu Tao have ruined our path of immortality. You have destroyed our way of life. So, even if I'm going to die, it'll make you pay." Boom. The explosion once again created countless casualties despite the divine general's attempt to stop or contain it. The good news is he survived, but his injuries were severe. So, he did not hesitate to crush a talisman to teleport him back to the court. Wang Wei smiled before teleporting away. A handsome Zhu Tao sat on his throne, hands on his temple, his eyes dazed as he listened to these people's reports. All he could think about was how things got so out of control. His dream was to show that energy-based cultivation systems were not the weakest, so after his experience with Ao Shen, he was happy to bring the law resonance method back home. However, he discovered a terrifying truth: his world was more complicated than he thought. The pursuing longevity world was part of the commerce hub despite being on the low end of members due to their more conservative ideas about dealing with foreign worlds. The hub wanted access to their cultivation system and environment due to how much lifespan it granted, while their sect needed some rare resources that went extinct. However, if that were true, why hasn't the pursuing longevity world ever added the law resonance to their system? They would have known and come in contact with it through the hub, but it never happened. Zhu Tao then learned of an ancient force that had been secretly controlling the world from the shadows. This force placed the immortal source in this world, prevented any changes to the immortal cultivation system, and is also why the commerce hub did not have a much larger influence. He could not accept such a thing and ended all this farce. Zhu Tao did not only want to make the immortal cultivation system more powerful, he wanted to completely eliminate it. However, everyone persuaded him that his attempt was useless because the former eternal of this world tried and failed miserably. Zhu Tao was about to give up until the war started. The ancient force, known as the Lasting Immortal Order, had some kind of agreement with the Commerce Hub, so they were mobilized for this war. Zhu Tao waited, preserved his strength and forces from the war, and the Commerce Hub lost as he predicted. He immediately surrendered to the Myriad Emperor world and did whatever was necessary to integrate into their system. Following this, he sealed the immortal source while spreading a new cultivation system to replace the old one. However, he did not expect the Lasting Immortal Order to still be this powerful despite all their losses in the war. Countless factions, most emperor lineages, revolted against his decisions, plunging the world into a war that crippled all operations and functions. Zhu Tao did not expect this outcome and was baffled as to why that order was so strong. That's when he learned countless factions were forced to sign alliance treaties with the Lasting Immortal Order or owed them such immense karma that they had no choice but to side with them. "Your Majesty, are you listening?" "Huh, what did you say?" The ministers looked at each other. "Our conclusion is that in the current situation, the fastest way to end this war is to ask for the Myriad Emperor world's interference. Didn't they say this was an internal situation, and unless the mortals are affected, they won't interfere?" "Yes, but if we were to offer their emperor a generous gift." "You mean the immortal source?" "Yes." Zhu Tao grunted. He wanted the immortal source for his sect, but this was not the main reason for his hesitation. This was a brilliant era, and unfortunately, he was only a weak and insignificant emperor in this era. The eradication of the Lasting Immortal Order and changing the pursuing longevity world is his way to leave his mark on this era. But if he asked for help, his effect would be drastically diminished. "I only need to hold on for a little while, and my strength will peak threefold. By then, I wouldn't care how unique the Purple Crown Daoist Qi was, he would lose at my hands. Without him, no one can stop me. Let's wait a little while. We need to hold on for another 20,000 years. No, 15,000, and I will have the strength to end this." "It's too late," Wang Wei said as he showed himself. His Majesty stuttered a few ministers. Wang Wei ignored them and gazed at Zhu Tao. He saw through the latter's mindset and understood it. After all, who does not want to leave their marks in this glorious era? Not to mention that having impactful moments is fundamental to Eternal's survivability. However, he would leave with the immortal source since he was here. As for the lasting immortal order, he did not care about these losers. They once had a brilliant era in the upper dimension in which they were one of the leading factions, for the philosophy of the immortal path was not weaker than any other path. However, after suffering terrible blows to their cause and believing that the other paths might retaliate, they changed their focus on preserving the immortal path as much as possible. So, during the innate acquired war, they sent members of their orders to the lower dimension with one purpose: preserve as many pure energy-based cultivation systems as possible. They sent all kinds of unique chi sources, mostly immortal, to fuse with worlds and encouraged their development. Most of their branches have failed in the current era, as most energy-based systems will incorporate law utilization after interacting with other worlds. They only have a few surviving branches, less than 5, scattered throughout the endless void, and the pursuing longevity world was their greatest success, but now, even that one was about to fall. Wang Wei did not even know whether their sects in the upper dimension survived, since he guessed that the parasites might not touch the paragon lineages, but they won't have scruples for the immortal kings or Dao monarchs' lineages. "So, you're here," Zhu Tao said with a deep sigh. "I am. Can I reason with you? As long as I walk here with the immortal source, I'm open to any discussions and deals. But don't go too far, I can still take it and walk away." Zhu Tao's lips twitched before exhaling to gather his thoughts. "I want time and resources to reach the strength to end this war alone." "That's easy," Wang Wei replied. "An ambassador will come to this world because of the report that someone broke the rules and attacked mortals. All fights must be stopped during the investigation until a verdict is reached." Zhu Tao's eyes lit up. "This should buy you the time you want. As for the resources, someone from my sect will contact you for the exchange. Satisfied?" "More than satisfied." Wang Wei raised his hand, and a blue orb with a pure and noble aura appeared on his palm. Such rare resources are the kind of deep hidden foundations that he will leave the Dao opening sect to ensure they survive the destruction of the heavenly emperor era. "Since I'm so satisfied with our deal, I will give you a parting gift." Wang Wei snapped his finger. "No one will remember we had this conversation. But you should also hide the fact the immortal source is gone." Zhu Tao's eyes lit up. Such a simple act saved his pride, and he could not ask for much. He glanced at his ministers, and as expected, no one remembered Wang Wei showing up or their conversation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1139 Travel, Finale. Wang Wei's next destination should have been the heavenly law word to get his hands on the law tree he found from Zhen Chaos Memories. However, after taking one step to arrive at his destination, which was countless worlds apart, he sensed something somewhere else and teleported there. He found himself in a part of the lower dimension, far away from the commerce hub's sphere of influence, to a world called Skyfall World. Something major was about to happen in this world, and it caught Wang Wei's attention. This world had a heavenly court, which has become normal since the Steward and Sword One started their journey to gather alliance. The Golden God's rampage also accelerated the process, and it's something Wang Wei appreciated. He won't waste time establishing the courts once he conquers the remaining 2/3 of the lower dimension. Wang Wei secretly attended the court's meeting and immediately noticed the throne was empty. These ministers were waiting for their rulers to return, and somehow, they were both anxious and excited. More than an hour later, a middle-aged man dressed in white, with a mole below his left eye and what could be considered a perfect jaw, appeared in the room. By all standards of the cultivation world, this man was handsome, but not to the point he would be described as an unparalleled beauty like Wang Wei or Li Jun. However, everything changed once he smiled at the room. The entire world seemed to light up with that smile, and like an infection, everyone followed his smile and became slightly more jovial. This smile seems to naturally elicit trust in people, Wang Wei thought. More importantly, is that the 7 emotions 6 desires physique? Wang Wei was surprised by this fact for two reasons. One, it's very rare for a man to be born with this physique, and once they do, they are usually way more handsome than they were. Secondly, this man, whom he learned had the title of Brilliant Smile Emperor, was a first-class emperor with 17% Grand Dao source. So, how could someone born with the third heavenly physique only become a first-class emperor, especially in this generation with immense destiny and luck? He should have been a pseudo-eternal at the very least. I see. His wife gave it to him. Wang Wei figured out the truth by glancing at this person's fate. Then, he looked at this emperor with a strange fate. I don't think I've ever met a character as interesting as him. Your Majesty, how did it go? I've convinced them, he nodded, and the crowd almost cheered while praising. That's the level of charisma this man has. The Brilliant Smile Emperor waved his hand to immediately calm down the crowd. We cannot waste time as I've heard news that another chaos besides the commerce hub will sweep the endless void. So, we should not waste time, so we should start immediately. As you wish, the ministers said in harmony. Wang Wei was instantly jealous of how this bastard made these people serve him so faithfully through sheer words and charisma. Although many of them are faking it since there is something to gain, he wished his ministers to act like that sometimes, even if he could see through it. It wouldn't hurt for them to stroke his ego occasionally. The court, not the entire world, began to mobilize after this meeting. With a serious atmosphere, the Brilliant Smile Emperor looked in the distance before walking to his queen's court. When he arrived, a petite, beautiful woman rushed into his arms, and the emperor immediately displayed his brilliant smile. Don't worry. I will soon keep my word to you. You don't have to do this, especially since we don't know the consequences, she persuaded. The Brilliant Smile Emperor had a rare fighting spirit in his eyes. Your clan despises me for taking your physique. I promise to give them glory and power and will keep my word. He knew his cultivation talent was probably one of the worst in the world. He lived his entire mortal life relying on his golden tongue and charming smile, but that was almost useless once he entered the cultivation world. He once tried to charm some woman to give him rare resources, which worked in the early stages, but later on, he was simply despised for his low talent. Then, as fate would have it, he met his wife. They fell in love, and she somehow transferred her physique to him in a dangerous situation to save his life. However, the process was imperfect, so his achievements were so low after proving the Dao. Additionally, her clan despised him afterward and almost hunted him down. They only stopped because of his wife's status. Since then, he promised to bring them glory, wealth, and power to prove that she did not make a mistake. But don't worry. Everything will be fine. The couple had a passionate night, and Wang Wei was a voyeur during the entire ordeal. Someone like him is the perfect diplomat. He loved talent, and this Brilliant Smile Emperor was someone who caught his eye. This guy successfully convinced more than 40% of the heaven chosens of his generation to support him for the position. No one found out until the battle, which almost gave their sex upper echelons an aneurysm. Someone of his talent might be useful. So, let's warn him so he can survive long enough until I ascend. Where am I? Asked the Brilliant Smile Emperor. He quickly calmed down as he looked at his surroundings. He guessed he was in a dream, but it was rare for someone like him to dream naturally, so someone must have brought him here. Do you know your actions are like jumping from a small forest fire to an active volcano? Your Excellency, may I ask who you are? He asked while smiling and showing all his teeth. His spirit Dao was activated to the max, along with his mastery of emotions and desires. I'm here to deliver some information. I hope it can increase your chances of surviving until we meet again, Wang Wei replied calmly. I appreciate talents such as yourself. Maybe you'll be useful to me one day. The Brilliant Smile Emperor opened his eyes with a grave expression. This might be devastating news if the information in his mind is true. Should I stop? He looked at his sleeping wife. No, I'll just ask like I didn't know. Moreover, I can put this information to good use. The next day, when the sun shone the brightest, the Brilliant Smile Emperor appeared above the sky. Open the formation. After his order, a complex formation covered the sky, But that was just the beginning. More than 80% of all factions in the Skyfall world activated their sex formation before linking it to the courts. The first step is down, thought the brilliant Smile Emperor. Then, his voice spread to all the mortals in the world. I am the Heavenly Emperor, and today I will lead all my people, mortals or not, to the upper dimension, to the immortal realm where there is no pain or suffering, and you can achieve immortality. You only need to raise your hand and pray for my success in your heart. The people were initially shocked, but soon enough everyone started to raise their hands and pray. After all, who would not want to ascend to the immortal realm? They have long been envious of these cultivators' strength, wealth, and power, but now they have their opportunity. Now that I have the people's permission, Grand Dao has no reason to try to stop me. The brilliant Smile Emperor used all his power to gather all the faith coming from the people while activating the world formation. Then he and everyone around him, including this world, turned into a rainbow light that disappeared from the void. The ascension of an entire world, Wang Wei thought with a smile. That's something you would only see in novels on Earth. He looked in the distance before muttering, I hope he survives long enough to be useful. Wang Wei teleported to the heavenly law world, and he immediately knew this one did not have a court yet. Their emperor has been in deep seclusion since proving the Tao, and he's been there so long that some people speculated that something was wrong with him. This world's composition is unique, a fusion of continent-based worlds with a starry sky world like the Star Beast world. Wang Wei's divine sense told him he was standing on a large continent on par with some of the lower top domains back home. This continent, or territory as they are called in this world, however, was not connected to another territory. Instead, it was floating in empty space with its own gravitational pull due its mass, and acting like a planetary or star body. Wang Wei found the secret realm where the law tree was located and directly teleported there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1140 Perfect Foundation. Wang Wei saw someone already in that place cultivating the Purple Insect Emperor. He instantly realized this man was a unique insect race that feasted on people's emotions and that this man had been here for a while. Another emperor appeared during Dugu Jing's absence. Wang Wei realized this person was the world's second emperor due to the balance mechanism. He ignored the latter and focused on the tree. So, I was not the only one with that idea, Wang Wei thought as he watched the Purple Insect Emperor spending all his focus on nourishing the law tree to turn it into a grand Dao source tree. From his knowledge and experience, this man was not the first. Wang Wei detected signs that countless prior emperors had tried a similar tactic but failed. Their attempt is why this tree has lasted so long, but for some reason, it had never evolved into what they wished it to. Their actions have saved me a lot of time while also showing me what not to do. However, how dare this bastard ruin my treasure? He could tell the Purple Insect Emperor was also trying to corrupt this tree with negative emotions that only he could use. Wang Wei pointed at him, become its nourishment. Before he could react, the Purple Insect Emperor turned into a white light that entered the tree. Then he absorbed all the negative emotions he had previously injected into it, purifying them before turning them into the best nourishment for the tree. You're lucky I'm in a good mood, so I'll leave your Dao imprint intact, Wang Wei muttered as he looked at the tree. Its roots are firmly planted into the laws of heaven and earth while being monitored by heavenly Dao itself. In that case, the way to evolve this thing might not be to nourish it with the Grand Dao source but to find a way to plant it directly there. Although that might be a little difficult, it should not be impossible, so Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction. I'm not a completely heartless person, and I understand the need for balance and preservation, he muttered to himself. So, I won't completely rob you. He removed the protections around the tree before placing his hand on the tree and used his purpose manipulation technique to have it condense 2 seeds, which was an abnormality as this tree normally did not create seeds. It was one of those rare spiritual objects that would grow randomly in nature, and someone had to be lucky to find one. He put the tree inside his own item space, perfectly preserved despite not having laws to place its root along with one of the two seeds. He planted the second seed on the spot and used time Dao to accelerate its growth. Although it's not as powerful as it used to be after losing the power from the Grand Dao baptism, it's better than not having the tree at all. Wang Wei disappeared, and during this entire ordeal, Heavenly Dao did not say a peep as it knew it was pointless. It even delayed releasing visions of the falling of this world's emperor. After this world, Wang Wei continued his vacation. He visited the ghost immortal world since their cultivation was unique since they abandoned their body, turning into a life similar to the soul race. He then visited a string of soul/death-related worlds like the soul sublimation world and the underworld world. He aimed to see whether he would find more people susceptible to serve in his samsara court. After all, the environment was perfect for these kinds of cultivation environments, and hopefully, these people could pass the test to serve. Wang Wei's next destination was the profession worlds, Myriad Pill World, Myriad Armament World, and Myriad Runes Worlds. All these worlds focused on displaying skills to prove the Dao instead of fighting, and the Myriad Runes world is the most competitive since array masters and talisman makers are the priority groups fighting over understanding and applying runes. He met Yen Liling in the Myriad Runes world and had a brief chat. His next destination was the mechanized puppet world, where Kai Song had spent much of her time, followed by the Beastmaster world to see if he could find himself a cute pet/follower. All protagonists he's read about have an animal companion who is a super rare mythical creature, so Wang Wei wanted one for himself. Sadly, nothing caught his eye. His final destination was the Central Spirit World, a heaven-will world ruled over by the spirit race. Death reverence likely originated from this place, and Wang Wei wanted to try his luck to see if he could find something. After all, he has always been lucky. Sadly, fate was not on his side today, so he finally teleported to the Extremity Sea. He looked at the gray sea, took a deep breath, and entered. Nothing happened and Wang Wei relaxed. He tried to observe or detect any formation, but no matter what he tried, this was nothing but an ordinary fog. He sat cross-legged and waited. Then, a myriad of rare resources appeared around him. Wu Hong's technique contained pictures and detailed information on these things, so Wang Wei recognized each of them. Let's get started. 4 red magic circles materialized in all 4 directions, boxing him inside. They released a devouring power to first absorb all the secondary materials for this technique, and after a few seconds, the heavenly Dao seed from a central Dao source seed. Wang Wei's clothes disappeared as soon as the magic circles absorbed the blue seed with traces of golden threads weaved on it that resembled runes. He felt like a baby in embryonic fluid, but his mother was heavenly Dao itself, not just a regular one, but a genuine product. Then, his body disintegrated atom by atom, spiritual particles by spiritual particles, energy by energy, and even on a conceptual level his body was taken apart. Yet he was still alive. The perfect tear, which was a drop of liquid so black that nothing could taint or affect it, making it perfect, was absorbed by the magic circles. Wang Wei's consciousness immediately found himself in this white space with mostly gray dots, lines, and even shapes weirdly drawn as if a child had created a bunch of doodles with no direction or purple. The blueprint of my existence. This thought originated from Wang Wei's mind out of nowhere, and he knew this was one of those secrets of heaven and earth you would know instinctively after coming in contact with it. A purple bottle containing Grand Daoist blood levitated from the ground or fog and fused with the magic circles. When Wang Wei first examined this thing, he was glad he came here because the aura from blood was enough to annihilate him if not for the bottle's protection. After the fusion, Wang Wei saw another white space with similar weird drawings, except more complicated or nonsense, while also only containing the colors white and black. His space was primarily gray and included all the other colors, but this one was white and black. Wang Wei used this technique, and it led his eyes to a particular area of this new white space. He immediately knew he had to copy that section of this space into his own space. I see. Only transcendent beings can be considered perfect. No, maybe the act of transcending is an act of perfecting the self. That's why it's a taboo. Wang Wei knew what to do. He focused his mind and gained access or control to a powerful will. Is this what it would feel like to manipulate true heavenly Tao? He had to admit that the power was riveting, even though it was not real since it originated from a seed and not the real central source chaos world. He reined in his mind before starting. His objective was simple: copy the perfect aspect of Grand Tao into his own existence. The process was strenuous and required deep concentration, and Wang Wei realized why Hong'e allowed him to use this technique in the Emperor realm, his paragon soul. He now had full access to its spiritual power. Furthermore, his willpower also played a role as he resisted the irresistible urge to fuse with these scribbly lines he saw in Grand Daoist blueprint. Every instinct of his body told him he was committing blasphemy, so he should stop and instead fuse with this higher existence. However, despite this, he had to resist and focus to finish the job within the allocated time. Damn it. If only I had more time, he cussed once the new space disappeared. He only copied a small portion and wished he had more time. Wang Wei's white space also disappeared, and then his consciousness saw a crown with 3 lotus and 5 jewels of different colors. 3 flowers on a crown. He watched as these flowers, which previously had 12 metals each, developed a 13th golden petal. In other words, his grade 1 flowers further evolved so that they could now be classified as grade 0. The spirit flower lit up, and his powerful, chained soul was rapidly rebuilt. No, just rebuilt as it were before, but better, purer, slightly stronger, and more importantly, with more potential. The essence flower was next, and 3 glowing lights materialized, followed by the growth of his skin, muscles, bones, organs, blood, and cells. His powerful fleshly body was back and, like his soul, with even greater potential for growth and development. Lastly, the chi flower illuminated, and Wang Wei felt he had gained access to all his Tao, followed by a sublimation of his Tao body. Is this? His previous experiment in the science and technology world allowed him to realize this change. His concept contained had increased. Not only that, but it was already filled, and he did not have to do that much work. The magic circles disappeared, and Wang Wei's naked body stood in this gray fog. His aura had a subtle change. He seemed a little more perfect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1141 Reward. Wang Wei clenched his fists and immediately noticed the change, and he was not talking about glistening his skin but the strength of his fleshly body. Dragon Phoenix Realm's 6th step, he thought. Moreover, he was at the peak of this realm. If not for the bottleneck that exists between the 6th and 7th steps, he would have reached a higher level. However, he did not care. He will use his wife's seal to deal with that bottleneck, just as he did for the 4th step and how he will do for the 10th step. Next is my soul. Wang Wei closed his eyes as he sensed the changes in his paragon soul. It probably increases from being on par with 91 to 92 Grand Tao Source to 93 to 94 Grand Tao Source, which should be excellent news. According to his theory, since Empyreans need to cultivate or condense a paragon soul to enter the next realm, individual and independent soul cultivation will be required from now on in the paragon realm. There is even the possibility that soul quality will return to the equation again. So, if his guess is correct, he won't have to worry about his soul until his cultivation reaches 94% Grand Tao Source. Next is the taboo realm. Wang Wei focused on his Tao body, which could now be called Perfect Tao Body, and activated his awakening. As soon as his first palace appeared, he noticed the difference. Unlike how it looked before, the palace now had a monument with 13 circles, each containing a lotus inside. Circle represents wholeness and completeness, also a symbol for perfection. Lotuses symbolize purity, enlightenment, and spiritual perfection. Then there is the number 13. All other 9 palaces had the same monument, but after the 10th was condensed, Wang Wei briefly saw an illusory 11th before dissipating. Moreover, he felt the palaces were not more connected than before. Could it be that something will happen after I condense all 12? No, it should be after condensing the 13th. He smiled as he could not wait. He used all his Grand Dao boosts, and his strength rapidly increased, 67%, 68%, 69%, 9%, 70%. Wang Wei felt he had broken a barrier, entering a new field of power, strength, and confidence. The feeling was unlike when he used the illusory pill, as this was his own power. He was no longer on the near-orgasmic sensation of having this much power since he was used to it and continued analyzing his strength. I was right. The perfect foundation's purpose was not to grant me taboo battle realm, that was just a byproduct. Its main purpose is to increase my chances of becoming half-step transcendence and even ensure I am the best amongst my peers once I reach that realm, Wang Wei analyzed, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. The taboo battle realm also has its purpose besides granting people high battle prowess, he thought, sensing everything in his battle. The foundation added perfection to my existence, and the taboo battle realm also added something. However, it's not completely formed yet, meaning I most likely need to achieve it in the Empyrean and Paragon realm before completion. And once that is done, there is a high chance that it will either help me achieve half-step transcendence or be useful afterward. Wang Wei believed that the taboo battle realm was a checkpoint Grand Dao created for the path of half-step transcendence. He even believed that the minimum requirement to achieve it is Paragon realm, and the person must be willing to walk a similar path as Heavenly Book Paragon that involves abandoning most of their powers or placing themselves in a weakened or vulnerable state for an extended period, not necessarily need to reincarnate. Such a method was the orthodox path, which requires a lot of time and effort, while his was a shortcut that can even be considered cheating. Wang Wei focused back on his strength. I can feel that this is not my limit. He continued to add his Grand Dao boost with expert control of his Dao imprint. So, his strength increased, 71%, 75%, 77%, 79%, 999%. I've hit another limit? Wang Wei thought. He felt all his boosts could get him even more power, especially since he already had entered a new level in his force control skill, pseudo-true heavenly Dao control. He finally made a breakthrough with his experience watching that new world becoming a heaven will and directly controlling the true heavenly Dao will during the transformation. No, my Dao imprint can no longer stack these boosts. He stopped not because of any restraint or limitations directly from heaven and earth but because of his lack of skill. However, this was bad news for Wang Wei because he had reached the limit of using his Dao imprint. He has plenty of time during his retreat due to not having to cultivate his Dao, so his focus is usually on his body or his Dao imprint. Let's put that experiment about having two Dao imprints at the forefront. The good news is Wang Wei believes that after entering the Empyrean realm, he will not have to update his Grand Dao boosts, except for maybe things like his weapons. And with all his advantages, he might instantly reach the 10-fold strength, which is 89% Grand Dao source, and maybe even directly enter the taboo realm due to his perfect foundation. Wang Wei smiled brightly, releasing his perfect temperament. He shook his head about the irony that one of his greatest opponents pursued perfection all his life to the point of almost ruining his relationship, but he achieved it way before him. He continued his inspection, focusing on his newly acquired abilities. He realized the nothingness contained in his bloodline did not change much, but his new body allowed him to better resist its corruptions. So, I might be able to create a technique that taps into a small power of the third stage, emptiness. Wang Wei was satisfied with this result, so his focus shifted to his three flowers abilities. The first test was the spirit flower. Wang Wei closed his eyes to access his soul network. He saw two layers, one on top and one on the bottom, and the one at the top was vast and expansive. He quickly checked, and as he expected, he could now access the network of the upper dimension. Wang Wei immediately tried to use it, and he had a massive headache, forcing him to stop. It seems I still need to ascend to fully use it. However, this was not the end of this ability as it had another upgrade. He could hide his presence from paragons. Wang Wei knew this technique would become useless because the parasites would definitely be able to sense his activities, but now he no longer had this worry. As long as Mithraea can keep Supreme Unity busy, he can use this ability to plot the upper dimension's rebellion. It's the perfect method to scheme things from the shadows. With a smirk, Wang Wei focused on his qi flower. He thought this thing would increase his ability to condense qi, and in some sense, it did, but not as a result of an upgrade. His upgrade was actually a guide, similar to GPS, to navigate the source qi space. In other words, this ability can help me search for any qi I want and navigate me to them. No, it's too powerful. There must be some limitations. As expected, Tier 11 qi or above has a low probability of being detected, and there should be a limitation to those extremely rare energies. Moreover, even if I knew where these qi were, I assumed they would have the corresponding danger. Despite this limitation, he was satisfied as he could search for some powerful qi to leave the Dao opening sect before leaving. He then focused on his essence flower. The ability has not evolved at all? This should not be it. Wait, what's this? As Wang Wei concentrated his mind, he discovered his body contained 2 doors, and one of them was already open. The Gate of Ascension. The name instantly appeared in his mind after his eyes landed on him. So, in the process of making me perfect, my body recreated the first gate of the true power Dao realm? As Wang Wei sensed this new gate, his body felt a sense of accomplishment, a sense of perfection. Although this word was cliché, that's how he felt. He previously thought he had absolute control over his body, but now he knew that was not true. He previously had 99% control of his body, and more importantly, he believed that number was perfection. But with the appearance of the Gate of Ascension, he truly achieved 100%. There is also an ability called Invisible Will Armor. He could feel an invisible armor condensed from his willpower manifestation always surrounding them, serving as his first layer of defense. Its power was excellent, and more importantly, it was a passive ability that used no energy or stamina. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1142 marked. Wang Wei was happy with this transformation and was glad he trusted Honger to come to this place. If before he was confident of achieving half-step transcendence because of his idea, now he had another source of confidence, his talent and Dao foundation. He condensed a new set of purple robes but was not feeling this color currently, so he changed them to white. Glancing at his handsome face with a conjured mirror, he almost fell in love with his beautiful self. Let's reduce this aura, he thought as he controlled the alluring aura his almost perfect body was releasing. However, he still could not change his overall temperament and increase in beauty. Now that his personal affairs were dealt with, he focused his attention on this taboo that has been a mystery of the chaos universe since the dawn of time. Is anyone there? Wang Wei asked, but no response. The fog was calm, eerie, and mysterious as usual. Future self, if you're truly responsible for this thing, how about you give me a few rare things? No sounds or response. Our father could use a limit breaker. No, make that 2 for our mother. Then, we also need materials for the perfect foundation for the whole family, so that's 4 people if you count the yet-to-be-determined wife. Wang Wei frowned. Maybe there are some strange rules that they need to come here to get it? This was a possibility he considered. Or, maybe I'm wrong and my future self did not create this thing, but they are connected somehow. It would explain why it knew what materials I needed for this foundation. Wang Wei sighed as this was going nowhere, so he decided to leave. However, once he reached the border of the Extremity Sea, he sensed an invisible barrier that seemed to have locked him inside. He frowned as he tried pushing forward with his palm, and something was there as expected. I can't be stuck here for eternity, can I? He immediately used all his force to push this invisible barrier, but all his efforts were useless. As Wang Wei was about to give up and try something else, he felt the barrier rapidly weakening and took this opportunity to break through and leave this area. He embraced himself for more, But nothing happened? Not even a slight breeze. Wang Wei looked above, expecting Grand Daoist to manifest at any moment, but nothing happened even after waiting for close to an hour. This absence. Is it normal or suspicious behavior? He could not tell, so he decided to focus on something else. Now that he had the strength, he needed someone to test it. So, who would be the safest? According to his calculations and divinations, the death world was the safest and with the most variables for something going wrong. The abyss gap was the most dangerous and had great variability, and the nether hell was the second most dangerous and had the weakest variability. So, between the death world and the nether hell? After thinking briefly, Wang Wei chose the death world. He genuinely wanted to get rid of this thing as soon as possible, as death reverence creeped him out. However, he did not lose his cautious nature, so he sat cross-legged in the void to enter the dream world and train. He used the battle tower to design worthy opponents for himself so he could adapt to his newfound strength as soon as possible. He even designed opponents with greater parameters than him to ensure he could challenge himself. A little time passed before he woke up, and now that he was completely prepared, he directly teleported to the death world. A red sun stood above the heavens, barely illuminating this vast and infinite world. "This is truly a world of death," Wang Wei commented. There was a small continent floating at the center, but dead bodies everywhere else. Yes, this entire world/dimension, slightly bigger than the lower dimension, was full of dead bodies. Quadrillion? Quintillion? Sextillion? Numbers could no longer quantify the number of dead bodies in this world. Wang Wei calmly observed his surroundings. He noticed countless different races and species, many of whom he had never heard or read about, and they were of various cultivation levels. Forget about the body. The death chi in this place is giving me an eerie feeling. He frowned as he activated his senses to detect danger. However, so far, nothing. The world's people noticed his arrival and activated formation to protect themselves. Sadly, Wang Wei only took a glance after teleporting to them to destroy their formation, which was even better than the commerce hub. "Call upon the Death Guardian," someone yelled, and the order was immediately executed. The corpse-selling sect never expected someone to find this place, let alone for that person to be Wang Wei. Although they were not afraid of that bastard, they also did not want to conflict with him since they would have to pay a severe price to eliminate him. An immense amount of death chi gathered above the sky to condense a 3.5-meter dark creature with horns, claws, and red energy stripes running through its body. Its aura displayed the fact it was the embodiment of death itself. Strength of 69% Grand Dao source, but can achieve 70% by using the death chi in this world, Wang Wei analyzed. "I'm getting a bad feeling, so let's end this as swiftly as possible. I can also test my new technique. Void is not true nothingness, as it contains invisible but detectable aspects. Emptiness truly contains nothing, but it does not have the grandeur, nobility, and arrogance of true nothingness for the mere fact it precedes all creation. Regardless, why don't you experience a little bit of its power, return to emptiness?" A small white orb appeared above his right palm before exploding and covering this death guardian. The powerful creature sensed its death and tried to resist, but even death, which is often described as a state of nothingness by mortals who do not believe in reincarnation, could not resist the power of emptiness. Its body, soul, and even existence were wiped out in an instant. The Death Continent also suffered the same fate, as Wang Wei did not want to risk anything and wiped them out clean. Then he was immediately on guard for the possible appearance of death reverence, and he was correct to be. The death world trembled, and Wang Wei suddenly sensed something watching him from the darkness. His senses or detection method caught nothing, but he knew someone or something was watching him. "You should make the perfect vessel." Wang Wei's body felt an instinctive repulsion which seemed to be hidden in the deepest layer of his existence. The aura in the surroundings changed, and it seemed familiar. It's similar to the abyss gap, a fundamental rejection of heaven and earth. Wang Wei's eyes squinted as he quickly realized the implications. Death reverence was associated with or had connections to some foreign entities similar to Cthulhu or the old gods. Many things suddenly made sense to Wang Wei. Why did Death Reverence destroy that world? It was probably a sacrifice to try to allow that entity to descend into this chaos universe. The all-savant world must have something special which he needed. All these thoughts flashed quickly in Wang Wei's mind as his instinct kicked in to run away. However, it was pointless as his body was unable to move. He immediately tried to kill himself and revive somewhere else, but that also failed. A dark light descended from the heavens into his body. Wang Wei's expression turned ugly as he saw a black tattoo on his chest. "You dare mark me?" No one answered him, and the repulsive aura in the environment dissipated. Wang Wei looked into the darkness with a fiery anger that could burn the world. He snorted coldly, instantly destroying the death world in the process. He floated in the void, looking above the heaven. However, after 10 minutes, his anger increased. "Damn you, Grand Dao. I have the mark of an intruder of the chaos universe. Why aren't you doing your job and removing it?" All logic and truths dictate that Grand Dao should have appeared and dealt with the situation. After all, if someone like Wang Wei were used as an avatar to allow some unknown transcendent or half-step transcendent to descend into this world, the result would only be chaos. Wang Wei's wrath reached the pinnacle as he knew that bastard Grand Dao purposely did not intervene because of either his future self or the fact he just acquired the perfect foundation. "You think I need your help? Keep dreaming." His red eyes focused on the endless void, and with one thought, all the branches of the corpse-selling sect across the lower dimension rapidly dissipated. Wang Wei killed everything and everyone, including all their sect's formations, artifacts, and resources. Anyway, he saw these things as being contaminated and would never use them. The only thing he kept was their sect's luck, which he condensed into a golden crystal, which he attached 2 strings to use as a necklace. No one survived this massacre, including 2 Eternals emperors. He had already destroyed their vaults since they were hidden in the death world, so he only needed to erase them from history. He wiped out hundreds of sects and trillions of people scattered across an infinite realm with a single thought. Wang Wei immediately teleported back to the dark truth, and as soon as he arrived, he saw signs of movement from the fog. However, the fog suddenly collapsed, and each attempt to gather seemed to fail. The process lasted for a few minutes before there were no other movements. "So, you lost this move?" he thought with squinted eyes. He immediately teleported home, and the first thing he did was kill himself. He had 3 extra lives, 1 from his mortal emperor achievements and 2 from his life and death talent, which he successfully elevated into lives after using the data from Mon Wuxi's physique. So he used it. After his body reassembled itself, Wang Wei saw the mark on his chest, and he was not surprised. His death was simply to ascertain how deep this mark was. And now that he knew, he continued with his plan by entering the science and technology world, heading directly to the quantum realm. "I know you're here and I have a gift for you," Wang Wei said before showing the mark on his body. This mark contained information about an entire being outside your designated parameters. It is the perfect opportunity to evolve beyond what you could ever calculate. The quantum will awakened before immediately scanning the mark. It was immediately interested. It had already received much information by scanning and analyzing the weird humans who created it, but the information contained on this mark was way more valuable. So, it released a devouring power to extract the mark. Wang Wei felt a terrifying pain, and his body was also falling apart, but he did not resist. The quantum will continued its work. The thing was probably more powerful than it, but its essence was on the same level. Furthermore, it had its home court advantage, while this mark was only a rootless thing that did not have access to a power source or anyone actively controlling it. Swish. The mark moved out of Wang Wei's body before disappearing into the depth of the quantum realm. He immediately checked his body and found nothing, so he sighed in relief. He looked in the distance before leaving. Bang! The sky above the myriad emperor world changed. "Grand Dao," Wang Wei muttered with gritted teeth, and the eye glanced at him. Then, out of nowhere, the marble containing the science and technology world flew into the sky before bolts of lightning instantly destroyed it. Grand Dao then focused on him, and Wang Wei could feel its fury. However, he still looked at it defiantly. After glancing at each other for a minute, the eye dissipated as if it were never here. Meanwhile, Wang Wei sensed something and looked at the extremity sea. The fog was gone. In other words, the dark truth had left the lower dimension. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1143 Time Nexus Implications, Primordial Chaos, Mithraea and Supreme Unity momentarily paused. Unlike everybody else, they noticed Grand Daoist descent. They saw the confrontation between Wang Wei, including destroying that crystal that seemed to contain a world inside. They also immediately noticed the crystal's aura was on par with theirs, if not of a higher essence. They remembered feeling someone or something had intruded into their world a while ago but discovered nothing despite their best efforts. I knew he was special, but not to the extent of involving in matters related to transcendence or to the point of offending Grand Dao, Mithraea thought with a smirk. Things were getting interesting, and she had more hope for the future. Her eyes then focused on the extremity sea. Could this be my chance to kill him? Supreme Unity thought. If Wang Wei had a fallout with Grand Dao, then he might use this opportunity to remove his status as an Era Sun through Heavenly Dao, making it easier for him to eliminate that bastard without the protection of his destiny. No, it's not working. True Heavenly Dao was not stupid. Despite how the mighty boss was feeling, it knew that Wang Wei was still vital in fighting Supreme Unity for absolute control over the world. As such, the stupidest thing it could do was make an enemy out of him now. How about a temporary truce? Why would I do that? Mithraea asked. The dark truth is gone in the lower dimension. Maybe we can work together to remove it completely from our world. You and I know that whatever this taboo involves is above our pay grade. So, it's pointless to try something like that. We finally have hope, but you won't even consider it? That's right, Mithraea replied calmly, her determination unwavering and unyielding. In that case, what about a truce to interrogate that kid? You saw it for yourself. His secrets involved a being that has walked further from us. Maybe we can get answers to the way forward. Supreme Unity changed tactics, trying to tempt her instead. I refuse. Why are you being so stubborn? This is a perfect opportunity to see the path forward, and maybe even achieve true transcendence. Supreme Unity felt a slight annoyance and frustration. Ever since the ultimate taboo, this woman has gone her way to oppose him in every way. There were many opportunities for them to both benefit, especially with some of the secrets in the lower dimension. Still, she refused and opposed him in every scenario. Supreme Unity knew how far he could have walked toward the transcendent path if not for this bald nun stopping him at every occasion and opportunity. History and time are on my side, Mithraea replied coolly. Once the kid discovers the truth, reaches my level and feels reassured, I know he will be more than happy to share his secrets to help me walk the transcendent path. So, why do I need to offend him now? You don't know that for sure. But I do, she replied, very confident. All signs have shown that's the kind of person he is. Isn't that why we previously followed Qiyuan? Now, his descendant is even more charismatic and talented than him. Supreme Unity looked at her. He would have unleashed his wrath and anger if not for his suppressed emotions. However, he knew such emotions were useless. I can only continue the original plan. Heavenly Book better not let me down, or I will hunt him down to any corner of this universe. Their battle continued, becoming even fiercer than before. Red mist forbidden land. Heavenly Book Paragon opened his eyes. Another time Nexus? How many major life events does this man have? More importantly, if he has so many, why hasn't Grand Dao found a flaw to kill his young self? As he looked at the words appearing in the group, he had to give Wang Wei his prop. It should not be easy to defend his past self against so many events that could kill him if he failed to save his past self. So, is he that capable, or has Grand Dao been this incompetent? Heavenly Book Paragon knew the answer. As someone who cultivates Heaven Dao, he knew how sophisticated of a system Grand Dao was, and no one with a sane mind would call it incompetent. He observed the entire process of his book's upgrade, and once the process ended, his eyes twinkled. Am I going to get my first worthy fortunate encounter from these two? Let me see, it should be something that belongs to Wang Wei. Interesting. The page describing this encounter was still incomplete, but he deduced much information from the small section. Heavenly Book turned a few pages to analyze the new information. He suddenly stopped at a new information. He used my inheritance and Madman Chu's method to create a new ceremony? This bastard knows I'm his enemy. He deduced Wang Wei would be suspicious of him after the plan with Emperor Jia failed, but now, he had confirmation the latter knew of his existence. With how Madman Chu usually behaves, he will definitely try to meet him to get his hands on that ceremony. And once they meet, he will 100% recognize my work, and there is a 76% chance he will accidentally mention it. He did try to hide the fact he created that inheritance and his method could fool Wang Wei due to his low cultivation and unfamiliarity with him, but that will not be the case for Madman Chu. His threat has been elevated now that he knows, and the amount of time I have left has also decreased. He frowned briefly before raising his hand to draw a rune in the air. Then, a potent energy that originated from the rune entered the book. As soon as he drew the rune, thousands of chaos worlds activated powerful arrays that covered their entire world. Then, they were refined into the purest energy that the Heavenly Book fed his book. Nothing survived in this world. Not the people, the cultivators, the branches of samsara, no matter energy, space-time, and even the fundamental concepts that compose their existence. Powered by this extremely unique and pure energy, more writing appeared in the book. Grand Dao is not happy with its chosen son, so it has begun to create ways for him to become a worthy competitor for Wang Wei. It's a good move since it cannot trust me. The purpose of the Grand Dao Sun was pretty obvious: be strong enough to kill Wang Wei in one of its time nexus, thus killing its future self. Grand Dao only needs to block the river of time to prevent any interference, and then it will be game over. What are those time nexuses? Heavenly Book Paragon asked himself, and this was not the first time he had asked. In fact, he could not count the number of times he pondered this question. All those half-step transcendents have essentially transcendent time and space. So, why does someone even more powerful have not? The implications behind this might be the real prize in all these conflicts. He had done countless calculations, deductions, analyses, and even divinations after learning about this time nexus, and the answers he received varied from absurd to nonsense and, finally, mind-boggling. Sadly, there was not enough information to narrow things down and find a concrete answer, or even to narrow it down to something he could investigate. Heavenly Book Paragon looked at his book, wondering if he could sacrifice more worlds to accelerate the process. He was unsatisfied with the news he received since it only involved Grand Dao Sun, and he did not care much about that chess piece. If I make any moves, things could snowball out of control. He had already noticed signs of the upcoming chaos since primordial chaos had not been peaceful since the all-seeing temple released their divination. However, the situation was still in the preparatory stage, and if he started destroying worlds in large groups, people would notice, and his actions might create a snowball effect. The peace and quiet is still advantageous to me, so there is no need to accelerate the chaos. What I need to focus on now is whether I should take the Grand Dao Sun's fortune encounters or leave it to him so he has a chance. Heavenly Book was currently in a cooperative relationship with Grand Dao, and such action might destroy their almost non-existent trust, and he might anger the latter. Why am I even hesitating? His plan was extremely dangerous, and only death awaited him if he failed either at Wang Wei or Grand Dao's hands. So, he did not care about offending either of them. All or nothing. Hasn't this always been the motto? He immediately ordered one of his clones to travel to a few worlds to get his hands on a few things he might need. Anyway, Grand Dao is rich and has numerous ways to train its chosen son. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1144 Choice. Primordial Chaos, Death Land Forbidden Zone. An old and ancient entity that embodied death, or the reverence of death, slowly awakened. The place was the purest of black, with no one in sight. Then a pair of eyes opened, making the entire zone tremble. What happened? Death Reverence asked himself. The altar in the Eternal Ascension world was destroyed? He was not surprised by this news, as he had expected after learning that 2 half-step transcendences had appeared in that world. However, nothing happened after a long time, as they seemed to have balanced each other out and refused to work together. But now, it seems it has finally happened. It wasn't them who did it? Death Reverence was finally truly awakened. My lord found a vessel, but it was dealt with? Was it Grand Daoist doing? He could not find any more information, which frustrated him slightly. It was extremely difficult for his lord to find a vessel that was not only worthy but perfectly fit with him. Death Reverence grunted. He wanted to immediately rush to the Eternal Ascension world to find the truth. Sadly, his current strength can only deal with one of those two, and he knows no matter their conflict or disagreement, they will work together to kill him. Death Reverence sighed deeply. If I were as powerful as that outer god clone, it would not be easy for Grand Dao to deal with my actions. It was frustrating as he finally reached the level where he could achieve his goals, but Grand Dao has been keeping an eye on his every action, so he must act strictly by the rules, or he might be exiled, ruining all his plans and efforts. Death Reverence removed his sight from this event, focusing on the entire chaos universe at large. He immediately noticed the underlying chaos and strife due to the all-seeing temple. So, it's already time for another major event? Perfect. The corpse-selling sect thrives during times of war and death. So, he immediately ordered all his members to begin spreading more altars. Death shall walk on this world one day, and all sentient beings will revel at his name and presence. Death Reverence entered his deep sleep after saying these words. Prehistoric world, what did he do? Hongjun muttered after sensing the removal of the protection he provided to the kid. He mobilized his primary Dao, destiny, to divine the truth while holding onto Pangus' axe. What's this? He suddenly felt an opportunity to catch the truth, so he followed it. He did not stop sifting through the threads of destiny to find his answer. Blood dripped from his orifices, and the entire prehistoric world trembled, alarming countless entities. However, Hongjun did not care. He was so close. So, that is the cause of the catastrophe? He muttered while smiling wryly. He foresaw chaos and danger that could possibly destroy his home, so he took measures to ensure its safety or survival. But he never expected his actions would, in fact, lead to the catastrophe. So, we have to make a choice between those two? No, with our karmic connection, we are already marked to one side. He sighed deeply. Master, what happened? A voice rang outside his purple palace. However, before he could reassure them, another booming voice echoed. Hongjun, what happened? I was doing a divination. No normal divination would have such a reaction, asked another deeper voice without the boom. Any important information? No. Are you sure? The reaction was mostly from the backlash, Hongjun explained calmly. I'm currently injured and need to enter seclusion. I need you two to keep an eye on things for me while I recuperate? It's that bad, huh? Asked the one with a deep voice. Yes. Don't worry. Nothing will happen with us present, added the booming voice. Hongjun sensed their dissipating presence before sighing in relief. He did not know how these two would react to this news, so he kept it to himself for now. Now, what should my next step be? He was confused, as his decision would affect the entire world, so he needed to be careful. Hongjun sighed before reassuring his disciples. Then he entered seclusions. He was not lying about his injuries, so he indeed needed to recuperate. He also needed this peaceful time to think and plan ahead. Eternal Ascension World, Lower Dimension, Myriad Emperor World. Wang Wei sat on this throne, deep in thought. Recent events have proven that it may not be enough, no matter how careful he thinks he is. Would things have gone better had he waited until becoming an everlasting Empyrean before destroying the Death World? Highly unlikely, especially since he was dealing with a chess game involving higher beings and entities. However, it would also have granted him more options. I always thought that no matter the situation, Grand Dao would follow the rules, but it appeared that was not the case. That bastardly thing is not as emotionally stable as I imagined. There was a possibility that he did not know all the rules, but Wang Wei did not care, nor was it relevant since he was convinced the latter acted out of selfishness. That's science and technology world. In fact, he would have definitely destroyed the world once he left. After analyzing that mark, Wang Wei knew the quantum would have evolved beyond his control and to the point that he could not destroy it if he wished to. But if I had more time, I could have found another solution to restrict its development or maybe create another weaker version before doing so. At the very least, I could have removed the new data from the Watchers before destroying it. But now... He gritted his teeth, thinking how much of an advantage he lost with its destruction. Then there was the dark truth, which was another choice. Wang Wei was convinced that his parents and families would benefit somehow after entering the fog. Now that is all gone. Death reverence, count your days since now, you're on my list of variables to eliminate. Wang Wei was already worried about this path to transcendence due to his future self's actions. So, he did not appreciate any foreigners, outer gods or not, interfering in this world and making the process even more complicated. And once he has the opportunity and strength, he will eradicate that bastard with utmost impunity. Wang Wei opened his robe to look at his chest. Although there was no mark, some of him still felt it was there. He never hated any of his experiences in his cultivation journey as much as he hated this branding. He always knew he was someone's pawn, but the mark was physical proof that someone saw him as nothing but a worthless and discarded object. And there was the idea that his life was controlled by someone else, that his fate was not his own, that his freedom was shackled. He truly hated the experience. I must ask Grand Dao whether there are any hidden marks on my body due to my status as a fate seed. Although using his question like this might be a waste since he could ask for a direct path of transcendence, he needed to know for his sanity's sake. Anyway, he was confident in himself regarding this aspect, but whatever mark may be left on him is not something he can deal with anytime soon. The issue is whether that bastard will follow the rules or not. This thought frustrated him. The fact that Grand Dao was unreliable affected many of his plans, and to say he was annoyed by this fact is an understatement. Now I can only wait. Regardless of the future, he decided to use that question before entering the Paragon realm, before it became too late. Swish. Someone appeared in the throne room. What happened? Yuyan asked. Why are you here? Wang Wei asked as he woke up from his deep ponder. Don't you see outside? Wang Wei looked, and he noticed his bad mood had created a somber vision with dark clouds with flashes of lightning covering the entire world. Wang Wei did not care, so he waved his hand to disperse the visions. He did not want the mortals to be scared and cause trouble. What happened to make you so angry? She knew how much control her son had over his emotions, so something big must have happened for him to behave like that. Yu Yen suddenly thought of something. Did you receive bad news from the daughter-in-law? No, nothing like that. Something just happened that pissed me off. Want to talk about it? No, I'm fine, Wang Wei replied. He wanted to be alone. No, he wanted to talk to her, but that was not happening. Are you sure? We could have one of our night talks when you were young. You know, just us laying on the bed as I tell you stories about the world. Instead, you can talk about how you feel. Better yet, we can be the ones underneath the moonlight. I appreciate the offer, but Wang Wei suddenly paused. You know what, I don't see why not. He snapped his finger to change the day into night before teleporting away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1145 Yin-Yang Dao Foundation. Wang Wei and Yu Yen lay in a vast green plain, head-to-head, while their feet pointed in different directions. They looked at the beautiful moon hanging in the sky, with the shining stars accentuating the view. Feeling better? Yuyan asked. Yeah. You don't sound too convincing? Now, I can sleep if I want or smile, so I would say I'm feeling better, Wang Wei replied. That is progress. Life is all about highs and lows, and this experience is just of the lows, she reassured him. How is father and grandpa? Your father finished his 9-extremity foundation, so he's in good spirits. Is he now trying to attempt 10 supremacy? Not yet. We've been spending time together. It's good to be by each other's side. Do you want to return home? No, it's best to keep the charade going to prevent any trouble, Yuyan explained. Plus, it's been good spending time at home with my sister, not to mention the distance has spiced things between me and your father. You, too much information. You're a grown man, why are you embarrassed? Sex is dash. No matter how old I am, I do not want to know about your sex life, Wang Wei cut her off. Plus, you always say I'm your little boy no matter how much I grow or do, but all of a sudden, I'm a grown man? The hypocrisy. Yuyan chuckled out loud. Grandpa should be out of his seclusion? Yes. He wanted to see you one last time before ascending. Wang Wei grunted. Is something wrong? I haven't determined my relationship with true heavenly Tao after what happened, so he should postpone his trip to ensure nothing happens. Yuyan frowned. I don't think he'll listen to you this time. What makes you say that? He seems determined to finish this battle to perfect his Tao heart and start his reincarnation. With how he's been acting, I don't think he will postpone anymore. In that case, I can't let him see me. That's mean. Yuyan knew how stubborn her father-in-law could be about certain things, so he might not listen to her son. However, he would never leave without saying goodbye. Wang Wei shrugged. This was the only way to deal with that old man once he became stubborn. By the way, do you need my help re-establishing your foundation? He could tell his mother was also approaching the limit like most of the emperors of this generation, so he offered his services. No, I'll do it myself, Yuyan replied. However, you may be able to help me with this? She handed him an information talisman. A yin-yang cultivation technique? Really? His lips twitched. Don't just focus on the title, but its purpose. Wang Wei frowned before reading the entire thing. His eyes immediately lit up. Interesting. You want to use yin-yang dual cultivation to achieve 10 supremacy foundation with father's help? Yes. I had the idea after Lu Cheng proved the Tao, so I've been studying the infatuation and yin-yang love flower. What do you think? Is it feasible? Wang Wei took a moment to deduce. It is, but you'll need a few things. Firstly, it's best to achieve a perfect 9-extremity during your foundation re-establishment. If your foundations are too far apart in scale, this won't work like for the yin-yang love flower. I figured as much. Yuyan nodded. Second, you will need a medium similar to the yin-yang love flower. No, it would be best to use the flower itself. I feared as much, Yuyan sighed. The infatuation flower was one of those rare herbs with such a specific condition of growth that could be described as extreme. Lu Cheng was lucky to receive one. No, maybe if not for Wang Wei's luck being intertwined with his, he might never have acquired one. Let me scan the lower dimension to see if there is still one left. Wang Wei suggested before searching the endless void. I found one, but it's in the early stages of gestation. It might take a while to bloom. It's fine. I have nothing but time. Yuyan had a bright smile. As long as she could get her hands on it, everything else did not matter. I have a better idea. I'm about to send Wang Qi on another voyage. I'll ask him to try to get his hands on one, or maybe even a completed yin-yang flower, Wang Wei said. And if that doesn't work, I'll find some unique qi for you in the source qi space to accelerate the infatuation flower process. No, wait, why am I so stupid? I can just find some qi that will help your technique. There is definitely something that can help with Tao foundations. As reliable as ever, Yuyan replied with a smile, but inside she was not too happy. She thought she would have been able to help him more after proving the Tao, but things didn't go as well as she wished to. Wang Wei's usual perceptiveness did not know to notice his mother's feelings, so he continued. The last thing you need to watch out for might be tribulation. The rules of heaven and earth already make it difficult to re-establish the foundation, and what you're doing will definitely aggravate the situation. I expected as much. As far as Yu Yen is concerned, only 2 people have achieved 10 supremacy, and her husband will become the 3rd, assuming Dong Lifan did not achieve the alternate method beforehand. So, once she tries to do it in a crooked way, Heavenly Tao will be lenient on her due to her innovation and be extra strict on her for cutting corners. No, the situation is more severe than you think. The tribulation will definitely be based on a yin-yang theme or testing the relationship between you and Father. If something goes wrong, don't worry. The love between us cannot be faltered or broken apart by a mere heavenly Tao. Yu Yen sneered while her eyes showed her confidence. She could already deduce what this test would try. Its main focus will probably be their struggle in their younger days when they had to worry about their clan's expectations and the fact they had to fight for the heavenly battle. However, even back then, Wang Tian was prepared to throw away everything for her and her for him. Luckily, she was smart enough to come up with the pact ideal, but even without it, nothing could have stopped them. Your confidence reassures me, Wang Wei replied with a smile. Wang Wei added his input on the technique before handing it to her. Have you made a choice? About what? Your 10th revolution bloodline. Oh, that. Yu Yen had a significant choice to make. Only she achieves the 10th revolution, but the immemorial tribulation would, in turn, become manageable to the point she could pass it on her own or follow Wang Wei's path and allow the Yu clan to gain the benefit. However, she would need Wang Wei's help for the tribulation, but there is a decent chance she might not pass. Then, there is also the worry that their clan will be unable to bear the karmic weight of being a human fiend god clan. I think I'll do it alone, Yu Yen said with a sigh. I've tried a few divinations, and things do not end well for us if they have such a bloodline, even with the Tao opening sex protection. Knowing you, I'm guessing you did not completely give up? That's right. I plan on building up the sex luck and destiny, so I need some achievements or memorialized luck before I ascend. That won't be enough. I know. That's why I also plan to see if my ancestor is alive in the upper dimension and if we can revive the clan there. That's a long-term project, Wang Wei reminded. Luckily, we have plenty of time. True, Wang Wei nodded. Any concrete plans? Some, for example, start a cult. Wang Wei's lips twitched. How would a cult help? You know what, never mind. Tell me the other ideas. You're no fun. Well, there is. The two spent the next few hours talking until the sun rose. They had fun as they talked about various subjects, some downright silly. It was the perfect distraction Wang Wei needed. Dad and Grandpa should be waiting for us. Indeed. Yu Yen exhaled. The old man will not be happy that you won't see him. Old man? He's not here, so who cares if I'm disrespectful? Aren't you worried that I will rat you out? If you do, then I will know that I wasted all that time spoiling you as a kid, and you can leave because you're no longer my favorite child. I'm your only child. I said what I said and I meant it too. Wang Wei chuckled out loud. You can tell the old man the truth if he gets suspicious. Anyway, I won't see him as long as I don't feel reassured. All right. Say hi to Dad for me. Wang Wei disappeared, returning to the court. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1146 Arc. Wang Wei sat on his throne, and after a few seconds, a figure rose from a shadow spot before him. Master! Wang Ju, update me. Yes. First, President Tian Wenyan is dead, and the court has conquered the Commerce Hub's territory. That should be expected. The man's effort was nothing but a last-ditch effort, so he was bound to die no matter what. Do you know why he never surrendered to us? Someone he loved dear died during the war, so he blamed us, blamed you. Is that so? No matter how cunning or brilliant someone is, they will always have some sort of emotional fetters, unless they walk the path of indifference. Do we know who? Never mind. Continue. With Tong Rubing's talisman, we have hunted down most of the Abyss Gap branches, but a few successfully escaped despite our well-coordinated efforts. Escape? Back to the gap. Didn't we have people blocking and supervising the entrance? Those people suddenly disappeared, and no matter the method we tried, we could not locate them. So, the best conclusion is that they somehow returned. We are still investigating the details but making little to no progress so far. I see. Wang Wei's gaze penetrated the endless space to spy at the abyss gap. Is something about to happen before I actively deal with this thing? That's annoying. He wanted to be careful and eliminate the problem after becoming an everlasting Empyrean. You don't need to put too much emphasis on them anymore, Wang Wei ordered. The abyss gap was his problem, so it was best for the Fate Shadow Guards to focus their attention and resources elsewhere. What else? Sir, have you heard of the Golden God? Wang Ju asked. What's that? It's a new force that has risen during your retreat. New force? Are they important enough for you to bring up? Wang Ju secretly looked at her master. She had the nagging suspicions that the Golden God was another pawn his master threw out for whatever plans. The latter's rise was too sudden and fast, and his unparalleled strength could not come out of nowhere. It made sense the Commerce Hub and the Spirit Genesis sect had such power, but this Golden God? His strength was inexplicable and so random that the entire thing screamed a plot. However, since the sect master did not want to tell the truth, he must have his reason. In just a short period, the Golden God has conquered more than 1,400 world communities, even more than us. Are you serious? Wang Wei asked with a somber tone. Yes. The Endless Void is currently divided into 3 sections. Us, the Golden God, and everyone in between who has yet to be conquered. Is that so? The feeling that this was all a ploy intensified after seeing her master's reaction. However, Wang Ju did not ask and continued, that's the current situation. The good news is with this new enemy, the remaining world communities were forced to establish a court as a way to condense their military power. So, our objectives could be said to be 2/3? 2/3? The Golden God does not allow the existence of courts. Instead, he forced all conquered worlds to worship him. Well, 2/3 is not a bad result, Wang Wei nodded. So, what should we do about him? Wang Ju asked. Don't worry about it. He'll have a court meeting to discuss things. More importantly, how is the expansion of the Fate Shadow Guards? Excellent. We are meeting your expectations, and by the time we've spread throughout the lower dimension, everything should be prepared. That's good news. Wang Wei nodded before handing the Law Tree seed to her. Give this to Origin 1 and tell him to find someone to plant it. Wang Ju received the seed, wondering why the sect master tasked him with such a mundane thing. Couldn't he just do it himself? Okay, you're dismissed, Wang Wei said after talking for another few minutes. Wang Ju bowed before she dissipated. She knows me too well, Wang Wei thought. Such a quality is perfect for the kind of role Wang Ju is in, but it also becomes a weakness that Wang Wei's opponent could exploit. He does not think Wang Ju would ever betray if she were ever captured, but there were too many ways to extract information from her. That's why she cannot ascend with me. The lower dimension is the perfect protection for her until I'm strong enough to protect her from these methods. Wang Wei felt it was truly a shame, given how much time and effort he spent to train her to be this capable. Previously, he did not want to take her mainly due to her talent, but he's learned that with his ability, cultivation talents are the least of his problems. Well, good, you're back. Wang Wei turned to look at Su Shi. I came to check on you, but you weren't here. She paused and looked at him intently. Why are you suddenly more beautiful than me? I've always been more beautiful than you. Your ego simply could not accept such a fact until I truly revealed myself to the world. Su Shi rolled her eyes as she observed him more carefully. You're not the kind of person to care about his appearance and purposely make you more beautiful. So, what happened? I've got a new skin routine. Care to share? You can't afford it. That's a shame. Su Shi sighed deeply. However, now, we will never beat the rumors about us. Wang Wei's lips twitched as he could already foresee what people would say about his new change. For example, he felt inferior, so he changed his appearance to be more worthy of being with Su Shi. and that one will probably be the mildest of them. Don't mention those things, or my mood will worsen. So, are you all right? I'm fine. Su sure looked at him. Well, if you say so. We need another court meeting as there are many things for you to decide, especially the ambassadors from the Central Region. Central Region? I'm assuming you've been debriefed on the current situation of the Endless Void? I was. Well, that's the name we have given the regions between us and the Golden God. That's a lazy name, but I guess it's straightforward enough. Their people have been for a while, asking for an audience with you. All right. With a thought, the court's bell rang worldwide, signaling that a court meeting would occur 3 days later. Then, the two chatted briefly before Su Shi left. Wang Wei gazed at the world. 28,000 years passed while he was in the dark truth, so a few important things occurred in his absence. For example, Lu Cheng had already ascended, becoming the first emperor in this generation to leave. The innate demon gods were perfectly integrated into the world, and as he planned, the innate demons were now allied with the demon race in the north while the primordial gods were now allied with human forces. Finally, the myriad emperor world received baptism from the 5 sacred beasts because of Hua Feng Huang. From now on, the 5 elements and yin-yang of the world were perfected, and the world's luck was more condensed, which allowed it to give birth to more talents. More importantly, the 5 sacred beasts were considered holy creatures, hence their high immunity to curses. Because of this blessing, children born from the myriad emperor world will also have a slight immunity to curses, and the myriad emperor world itself cannot be easily cursed. Her actions have actually prolonged the heavenly emperor era by a significant person, Wang Wei thought. No wonder she received a decent amount of merit for her action. His eyes then focused on the Western continent. The devil cultivators have essentially been reformed after being used as the court's main military power. Now, their strength has reached an all-time low, almost non-existent. Why such a drastic change? Devil cultivators existed because it was a shortcut for people without talents. However, in this generation, resources and training methods are so abundant that it is pointless to become a devil cultivator. For most people, why kill innocent people to increase their cultivation when they can do thousands of simulations beforehand to ensure nothing goes wrong? Then there is the fact that cultivators now have access to thousands of different cultivation systems. They might be talentless in the origin system but not in other systems. All these changes resulted in the drastic weakening of the Devil Dao. Now that cultivation has become so much easier, true heavenly Dao has already created new ways to restrict mortals. Previously, someone had to be born with a leakless body to cultivate the origin system. But now, if someone did not have such talent, they could change to a martial arts system that only required healthy bones or bodies. Is that the new system? Mortals are now born with or without an arc. Those with the arc can cultivate and those without cannot, no matter the system. Of course, this system is imperfect as true heavenly Dao left hope for the people in this era. So, if someone had already used the previous system to walk the path of cultivation, they were fine. Meanwhile, even this new system was not perfect in an attempt to give hope to this era's mortals. As long as they find the right resources, they can condense their arcs, which is not nearly as rare as it used to be. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1147 Sixth Court Meeting. Before removing his gaze from the Western continent, Wang Wei checked on Feng Heng. As expected, the monk was condensing his first-level golden body of merit. With Buddhism spread throughout the lower dimension, he had the merit for such an achievement. He might even achieve the second level before ascending, Wang Wei thought before checking on everyone else. The only thing to notice was that the 5-element balance palace and the Tai Profound Gate had been focusing their efforts on the celestial harmony world, which made sense since it was a pure Taoism heaven will. With the rise of Buddhism, they needed to do something, or they would become obsolete. If Supreme Unity weren't such a bastard, I would have helped you balance out the spread of Buddhism, Wang Wei thought before shaking his head. Supreme unity might be indifferent to the current state of Taoism, but that would not change the fact he was deeply connected or ingrained with it. Wang Wei summoned Wang Qi. Sect Master. When is your next trip? Omicron, it should be soon. Many worlds were a little wary of this deal, so they did not send their best during the previous voyage, so their benefit was mainly from the sheer number. But this time, many people knew the benefits and were prepared to send some of their best sealed heaven chosen. Do it now, and once you're there, ask them specifically for an infatuation flower or a yin-yang flower. If they don't have it, try to find it yourself, even contact the sect if need be. Don't worry, Sect Master. You can always count on me. I know. And as I promised, once this is over, you'll have one of the eternal powerhouse spots. Wang Qi's eyes lit up in excitement. His job might look easy, but every time he ascended, he risked his life. An accident could happen at any time in the upper dimension, and based on the scale, even Wang Wei may not be able to save him. Wang Qi left, and Wang Wei summoned the leaders of the innate demon gods. He had never met them in an official capacity and thought this was a perfect opportunity to welcome them. He thanked them for their services during the war and asked how they were adapting to the world. The meeting lasted a few hours, and Wang Wei displayed his charm and charisma as a leader. Once they left, he closed his eyes, waiting for the meeting time. His grandfather tried to come to see him, but he left to see Li Jun to hide from him. So, the old man had already caught the situation, and Yu Yen had to tell him the truth. His reaction was as expected. He was angry. He almost made a scene before the court had it not been for Wang Tian to talk him out of it. In other words, His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, averted another family scandal after what happened to his mother. The meeting's date arrived, and everyone arrived on time. Even Feng Heng sent in a projection to attend. Everyone immediately noticed Wang Wei's new temperament, and some people did not hide their gossip, making him speechless. Wang Wei raised his hand to stop these people from chattering. We have a lot of work to do, apparently. So, let's get down to business, starting from the most crucial to the least. Where are the ambassadors? A beautiful woman with long brown hair, long legs on the side of her cut hanfu, and cupped hands led a group of 5 people. I am Hua Long. On behalf of the Central Region Alliance, I salute you, the Heavenly Emperor of Virtue. She bowed deeply, followed by the others. Heavenly Emperor of Virtue? That's a name I've never heard of. Your Majesty, people no longer refer to you as the first Heavenly Emperor but by this new title, one of the ministers explained. Is that so? Then, why didn't they just call me the Supreme Heavenly Emperor? It's direct and very fitting. No one answered him, and some people looked awkwardly at each other. I see, Wang Wei uttered. That name is too powerful and domineering, and some refuse to accept it. So, instead, they put in a virtuous title to put me in a box and force me to act in a certain way that fits that title. And if I don't, they have justifiable cause to ruin my reputation. I'm guessing whoever suggested that name was definitely a scholar used to using morality to restrain other emperors or rulers. Hua Long was calm, but not everyone she brought could remain calm under such an atmosphere, so a few had bright red faces. Meanwhile, the court ministers looked at these ambassadors with a sneer. They knew what kind of person their leader was, and it was truly the biggest joke to think of them for being able to use rules and morality to restrain that man. So, who is the scholar? Wang Wei asked toward the ambassadors, but somehow immediately changed his mind. Forget it. Such a person is not significant enough for me to remember their name. Regardless, I like the name. It should serve its purpose in times like this. This man has no regard for any rules, Hua Long thought. He will use that title for his benefit. When needed, he will instantly abandon it and become a tyrant, and he will not hesitate in the slightest. What brings you here to see me? Wang Wei asked. Any attempt for an appeal of emotions, responsibility, and duty will not work on this man, Hua Long thought. Only benefit. She now had to change tactics to approach this meeting. The Golden God is rapidly approaching our territory. We know only you have the strength to stop him. So, we ask that you intervene for the sake of your legacy. For the sake of my legacy? Interesting choice of words, Wang Wei chuckled. I'm curious. He did not immediately give an answer. How many world communities are in your alliance? 538, but we also provide aid to the non-alliance members as long as they ask, and we have the capabilities. That's a decent size. Do you guys have a leader, or do you have a different governing system? We have an alliance leader, and her name is the Overlord Seal Empress. Seal Daoha? Wang Wei muttered. She must be very capable of convincing so many worlds and communities. She is. Without her, the situation would have been worse. Wang Wei nodded. Tell me, what is your exact plan? Hua Long frowned. We hope to work together to eradicate this threat by establishing connections through the dream world. With all our might combined and our ability to mobilize troops, the Golden God will not have a chance, and we can free the people he has enslaved. What's in for me? So direct, Hua Long thought. We know that we must rely on your strength, so we are prepared to offer most of the benefits. That's a good way of saying you're going to make the least effort and sacrifice but still want a significant share of the profit. No, that is not our objective. Our goal dash. Alright. Wang Wei raised his hand. You don't need to be a genius to see how this situation is about to develop. Your Central Region Alliance is the weakest of the three parties, so the next step is for me and the Golden God to swallow you until we are the last one standing. Then, we will determine the fate of the lower dimension. The room immediately became quiet. The other ambassadors had ugly expressions, but Hua Long tried to remain calm. The worst situation has occurred. After realizing what kind of person this heavenly emperor was, she felt things would lead in that direction, but she did not expect him to be so direct. I believe this may not be the best approach. And why is that? Our understanding is that your goal is to spread the heavenly courts. However, the Golden God has disbanded the courts in every world he conquered. If you use this approach, you will lose countless worlds and have to start over, and that's on the chance you will be the final winner in this confrontation. Ha! You want my help while also doubting my strength. Not all. I'm just stating a possibility. Wang Wei shook his head. Your argument is not as appealing as you think. I have all the time in the world, so I don't care about wasting time, especially since I will preserve more benefits in the long run. Your Majesty, listen to my proposal instead, Wang Wei added. Your alliance should surrender to us. No, absolutely not, said one of the ambassadors, so Hua Long stared at him coldly, making him tremble. You saw how I've treated the remnants of the Commerce Hub. You saw how prosperous these worlds have become, and that's despite the fact I've punished them severely for daring to rebel against me, Wang Wei continued. If you guys surrender, your benefit will be worlds apart from them, and I can even promise you a 20% increase for handing over 500 worlds all at once. And if we don't? Hua Long asked after a brief pause. Then, let the battlefield dictate your fate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1148 Ultimate Comeback. The ambassadors were about to leave after the discussions broke down. Hua Long tried her best, but Wang Wei was the kind of no-nonsense person, so he shut down all her other attempts. Now, they needed to report to their leaders so they could make a decision. Have your leader come see me for the next meeting, Wang Wei declared before dismissing them. Then he focused on the crowd. As you can see, we're about to enter another major war, and once this one is over, we will finally achieve our goal of spreading throughout the endless void. These ministers' eyes shone brilliantly. War meant resources, profit, and more importantly, glory. They will leave their marks on the history of the lower dimension, and that's something to brag about for countless eras to come. To prepare for this war, we must have a meeting with all the courts under our influence, Wang Wei said, preparing to call all 1,000 other heavenly emperors. Your Majesty, before you do that, why don't we deal with our internal issues? Right? Wang Wei said with a grunt. All right, let's get started. Many things needed his focus or decisions during his long absence, so Wang Wei dealt with those first. And since he technically had a hands-off approach to the court since the war with the martial hegemony world, there were some issues as far back as then for him to deal with. The entire process took hours despite his superhuman process speed, mostly because many people began to argue, and since they were not arguing for the sake of argument and making good points, Wang Wei listened to them before making a decision. Finally, he dealt with everything and started an even larger meeting. Wang Wei's throne was located on a slightly elevated podium, and with a snap of his finger, he summoned more than 1,200 thrones on his right and left side. Before the meeting proceeded, he chatted with a few people he was close to, like Ji Lanfang, the Monkey King, or the original members of his alliance. They discussed and strategized for the next war, which would be even bigger than before. They established a new war room and elected a new commander. Sadly, Tai Gang failed the competition and was elected as the vice commander. The final part of the meeting was training and simulation of this war in the dream world, so once that was established, everyone dispersed, waiting for the next possible changes in the situation. Wang Wei was once again left alone, so he finally took the time to check on his pawn. If everyone could see the feared golden god right now, they would be extremely surprised as he was currently facing a life and death situation. Heaven-devouring Emperor, you are so predictable, Wang Wei thought with a grin. That bastard survived the Heaven-Will battle and tried to stage a comeback from the 9 Devil God world. Sadly for him, that was Wang Wei's property, so his attempt was futile. However, Wang Wei had a hunch he might be useful, so he let him escape, allowing him to run far away from him. Now, he was glad he did so. With my karma-unbound physique, it doesn't matter if I manufacture a catastrophe to get the human emperor position or reap other benefits. However, it would benefit me if the catastrophe were more real, as true heavenly Tao would be less likely to remember and hold a grudge. He grinned as things proceeded as expected. After escaping, the heaven-devouring emperor's only thought was to regain his strength and avenge himself. Sadly, his luck was currently in the negative, so most of his efforts and attempts failed miserably until he heard about the Golden God's rise. So, he assumed the identity of a regular cultivator in a world community about to be conquered. Once the Golden God enslaved his mind with his parasite, the Heaven-Devourer Emperor found ways to make sure he looked like one of the ladder's undying followers. Then he slowly climbed the political ladder by showing his tactical mind and gaining the Golden God's trust. The Heaven-Devouring Emperor became the ladder's right-hand man, but everything was just a ploy to use the ladder's hand to eliminate Wang Wei and avenge himself. Unfortunately, the Heaven-Devouring Emperor's greatest flaw is his greedy nature, so he starts lusting after the Golden God's powers themselves instead of using him to avenge his humiliating defeat. He observed, analyzed, and waited, and with the Golden God's unilateral trust in his parasite, the Heaven-Devouring Emperor had the opportunity to get close. He discovered the ladder's strength originated from the armor and prepared for ways to suppress its power temporarily. Then, at the right time, when his opponent's guard was at its lowest, he attacked. If nothing unexpected occurs, the Heaven-Devouring Emperor will become the main personality, and this catastrophe will officially become real, not man-made. Wang Wei had nothing to do with the Heaven-Devouring Emperor's actions, he just predicted them. So, true heavenly Tao cannot blame him. He silently removed his spiritual particle from the armor and closed his eyes. Heaven Mountain World, that's everything that happened. Hua Long finished her explanation while looking respectfully at a woman dressed in a long flowing robe with clear blue eyes and a red mark on her forehead. She was as beautiful as a celestial being but with a natural oppression emanating from her body. She stood above this cold mountain enveloped by snow, but her beauty somehow eclipsed this wonderful sight. Even more, her white clothes made her seem purer than the snow itself. "Your Majesty, I'm sorry, I have failed you," said a thin scholar in yellow robes holding a whisk. He lowered his head in shame, and he seemed genuine. The Overlord Seal Empress looked in the distance. "It's not your fault." No one could have predicted that the Heavenly Emperor of Virtue would have this personality. Even so, I should have thought that someone with such achievements could not be easily manipulated. The Overlord Seal Empress turned around to focus on the group. She patted the scholar on the shoulder to reassure him, and he immediately felt the utmost honor, followed by shame since he failed her. Did you investigate what I asked? Yes, Your Majesty, Hua Long responded. Hong Wu is indeed Wu Hong, or Empress Wu from the Myriad Emperor world, the ender of the Devil era. We've guessed as much. But what else do you know? Does she have a lineage or clan? Unfortunately, no. According to what I found, she was alone most of her life, and the devil gods exiled her to the upper dimension before she had a chance to establish one. Is that so? The Overlord Seal Empress sighed. She wanted to pay respect to her master's lineage, but now, it seems she has to ascend before getting the chance. There is something else. If you have any information, why are you hesitating to tell His Majesty? The scholar chimed in. Hua Long stared at him. She was trying to be gentle in her news delivery. What is it? You can tell me. The first heavenly emperor might be connected to Empress Wu. Connected how? There. Dao companions. What nonsense are you talking about? The snow mountains suddenly became colder. According to their history, he married a woman, Wu Hong, and she also used sealing Dao. That doesn't mean it's her. True, but she looked exactly like any portrait of Empress Wu, except older and with a more mature aura, Hua Long explained. The Overlord Seal Empress frowned. Show me the picture. Then, her brow furrowed deeper as she saw the projection Hua Long showed her. It might still not be her. That is also true, Hua Long nodded. According to rumors, before he proved the Dao, they believed she was either Empress was descendant, a clone, or her reincarnation. However what? She suddenly disappeared before their final battle. The main theory is that she was, indeed, Empress Wu, who had to reincarnate for some reason. However, she regained her memories and ascended. So, their relationship ended? That, I don't know. What I do know is she is still labeled as their court's queen mother. The Overlord Seal Empress frowned. Such a thing could mean many things. The first heavenly emperor might just be pining after her master, or she might have acknowledged their companionship despite the weird circumstances in which they occurred. Let me ask you, does he have any other wives or concubines? No. Apparently he's famous for being loyal. Really? You're telling me a man with such power does not have any other wives and concubines? Officially, that is the truth. Officially? The Overlord Seal Empress asked. There are rumors he's in a secret relationship with the Time Void Empress, but they are both married and don't seem like the kind of people who would do such a thing. Plus, this man doesn't care about public perception, so he does not need to hide it. He could be doing it to protect the Void Time Empress reputation, the scholar added. Or, he's afraid of what my master will do to him once she finds out, the Overlord Seal Empress sneered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1149 Bias. Your Majesty, what should we do now? The scholar asked. The situation had reached the worst possible outcome, and their choice would have catastrophic effects. What do you think? The Empress asked. The scholar paused. I'm afraid our only option is to surrender unless there is some kind of miracle. His original plan involved Wang Wei succumbing to his virtue, title, and manipulating him into a cooperative relationship with the Central Regions. And if he refused, he could smear his name and use public opinion to force him to conform. Sadly, this plan was eliminated before it even started. Come on. I know you can do better than this. The scholar's body paused before lowering his head. He then glanced at Hua Long from the corner of his eyes and signaled her to speak. Our only choice besides war or surrender is to see if we can use the first heavenly emperor's affection for his wife to negotiate a more peaceful approach. However, such tactics rely solely on the fact that he truly loves and would do anything for her. Hua Long stated calmly. Do you think such a tactic will work? The Empress asked. Oh? So, you also think he's not as faithful as he seems? Not at all. Then why? Hualong paused. I think this man will not let anyone or anything stop his ambition. Ever his wife's disciple? Your Majesty, I will be honest. You're probably not her disciple in his eyes, just an inheritor. Hualong, you've gone too far, the scholar chided. I merely wish to give Her Majesty all the information possible so she can make the correct decision. Correct? By whose standard or idea? I've misspoken. So she can make the choice she sees as the best. You're, all right, enough. The Overlord's Seal Empress chimed in. She looked in the distance. Arguing is pointless since the Council will not let me make such an important decision alone. But they will consider your opinion, the scholar added. True, the Empress nodded before pondering for over a minute. Hualong, what do you think I should do? I think it best to meet the Emperor, with an open mind, and make a decision after a deep enough conversation to understand what kind of person he is. Why would you suggest something like that, knowing Her Majesty could not leave the central region? The scholar quickly said. They've held on for so long because the Empress created a brilliant array that linked over 500 world communities and channeled their powers through her. However, the downside is she cannot leave the central region. I've acquired temporary access to the dream world so Her Majesty can have the meeting there. The dream world is his domain. Do you think she won't be in danger? Hualong looked at him. The reason we have to rely on him is due to his strength, which is possibly higher than that of the Golden God. Do you think anyone can stop him if he wishes to kill anyone? The scholar did not have a comeback, as she was correct. However, he still felt this was too dangerous, so he decided to argue just to argue. Anyway, he only wishes for Her Majesty to be safe. All right, set up the meeting. Your Majesty! You know you have no argument, the Empress said, and the scholar blushed. Hualong took out a talisman and activated it. The Empress soon found herself in the dream world version of the myriad Emperor world's court. However, they were not in the throne room but in the garden. What do I call you? Wang Wei asked. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Wang Wei frowned. You can call me Wang Wei. The name's Hong Meilin. Hong. She changed her name to Hong Wu while visiting my world. I was an orphan and did not have a surname, so I thought of taking hers, Hong Meilin explained. Now that she knew her master's real name was Wu, she wished to change it but decided to do so after getting her approval. Wang Wei nodded. I thought your Dao would be an exact copy of hers. If I did that, I would never have passed her test, Hong Meilin scoffed. The trial specifically asked for her to create her own Dao based on the Sealing Dao, so she replaced the Control Dao with Overlord Dao and added a bit of Destruction Dao to make up for the Heaven/Knowledge Dao of her master. Wang Wei's brow once again furrowed. May I ask why this hidden hostility toward me? It's obviously not from the decision I made today in court. Hong Meilin's body paused. As Hualong suggested, she told herself to be open-minded and less biased, but she could not help it after seeing the man. Since it's out on the table, it'll be direct. Do you have other women besides my master? Wang Wei's lips twitched. Many things suddenly clicked in his mind with this question alone. Not that it's any of your business, but no. She's the only woman for me, and I've said that many times. What about the rumors of you with the Void Time Empress? They are just that, rumors. Rumors do not come out of nowhere, Hong Meilin countered. With how much power you have and that weird aura that draws people toward you naturally, I doubt you can remain devoted to only one woman. Like I said, they are just rumors. Then why haven't you done anything to stop them? Not a public statement or even a slight comment during court? Hong Meilin asked with a sneer. She felt a rush of passion at the thought she was defending her master from being deceived by this cheater. It's the illusion of freedom, Wang Wei replied. People think they have way more power than they do when they can publicly or privately discuss their ruler's scandalous love life without any consequences. So, I allow them that illusion. I'm not buying such a weak excuse. Wang Wei immediately realized this woman was a lost cause. Her worship of his wife has lowered her IQ by half. The fact that you attended this meeting with biased notions about me based on rumors speaks more about your character than mine. Hong Meilin's body suddenly paused. She felt all the joy and excitement rapidly leave her body like a deflating balloon. Then, her body trembled in fear as she looked at how his eyes turned from calm and a little cheerful to calm and indifferent. If not for your connection to her, I would have wiped you from the annals of history for your blasphemous words, Wang Wei said calmly. This meeting has officially ended. Return where you came from and make your decision, surrender or death. Wang Wei waved his hand to dismiss her before opening his eyes on the throne. He was lost in thought for a few minutes before muttering, "Shadow." A hooded figure appeared from the shadows before him. I need you guys to start a campaign to squash the rumors about me and Susher. Spread the words about how much I love my wife and how loyal I am. From now on, I want people who speak about these rumors to be looked at as if they were idiots. It shall be done. The shadow swallowed the hooded figure, and the scary machine, the Fate Shadow Guard, began to operate. Rumors, stories, poems, and even musical pieces about the love story between His Majesty and the disappeared Queen began to spread in every corner of the myriad world region. The power of words, myth, and stories, Wang Wei muttered as he observed the process. This might be a better way. Heaven Mountain World. Your Majesty, how did it go? The scholar asked. Hong Meilin sighed deeply. Longer, I'm sorry. You didn't listen to me, did you? Hua Long asked. Unfortunately. Tell you didn't at least defend him. If you want to hear a lie, I can. Hua Long grunted while the scholar showed signs of slight panic. He won't attack us, right? The situation has not reached this point, Hong Meilin answered with a deep sigh. But we must try to alleviate the situation. What do you have in mind? Can you still use the talisman? Hua Long tried activating it a second time but to no avail. In that case, we must send another diplomatic envoy to apologize. Take out 3 of our most expensive and rare objects from my collection to give as an apology. Although Hong Meilin knew the man would not care about her little wealth, what truly matters is her intention. Hua Long asked. I need to meet the council. Have you made a choice? Hong Meilin nodded. The only good thing from this interaction is that I've confirmed this man is indeed more powerful than the Golden God. She fought with the Golden God and knew his strength and aura. So, she can say for sure that he paled in comparison to that monster. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1150 Missing Link? Wang Wei was deep in thought, thinking about the idea that just flashed in his mind. He deduced and refined this plan to ensure it would work without any problem. He removed the crystal with the corpse selling sex luck from his neck. He wore this thing on him so the quantum would remove any backhand left on the thing without him asking. He did not want to use it just in case something was wrong, and from the previous situation, it seemed perfectly fine. Wang Wei removed a significant portion of the luck from the crystal and blessed his father and mother's heaven luck. He did not grant them any specific destiny but blessed them with an overall destiny to achieve great things in life. I was right about father. Although his talent was unparalleled, he failed in the luck department. He discovered his father's original heaven luck was even worse than his mother's, which was a scary fact given the vast difference in their talents before he became their son. With the earth luck provided by the Dao opening sect, Wang Tian's highest achievement was the Saint Realm before Wang Wei came around. That's how atrocious his heaven luck was. However, now he had countless destinies, including leaving the ultimate sword path. Wang Wei's action gave him the final push to escape his fate as being a luckless cultivator. Wang Wei watched his father, who suddenly felt the changes in his fate. Wang Tian felt a new sense of freedom, and after figuring out what had happened, he muttered, "Thanks, son." "No problem." Wang Wei smiled because, as of now, his father is guaranteed a brilliant cultivation future even if he were not present or something happened to him. In other words, Wang Tian no longer needs to rely on his destiny to boost him. Now for the next step, Wang Wei muttered. He entered the river of time, and it was not the branch that ran through the myriad emperor world alone but the one overseeing the entire lower dimension. He begins to alter the endless voids past slightly. Nothing major, as that would elicit major backlash. Although Wang Wei believed his current strength was enough to bear a significant amount of backlash, that was unnecessary for his plan. The changes he made were minor compared to the grand scheme of things. He spread a story or legend about a man known for his hard work, unwillingness to give up, infinite spirit and will, and ability to break through his limits time and time again when hardship presented itself. Then this man became a god, bringing these traits with him. In fact, this man became the god of endurance, hardship, and limit breaking. The story spread to every corner of the endless void, to every world community, and every world, no matter their levels. The story has changed over time, with many components changing to assimilate to different cultures or the long passage of time. However, no matter what, the core idea of the story about endurance, hardship, and limit breaking never changed. Wang Wei ensured that. Excellent, Wang Wei muttered as he realized this story has become a fundamental aspect of mortal cultures, even spreading to the cultivation worlds in some areas. Now, all I have to do is officially confer this man as a god and use incense to condense a divine avatar. As a god of limit breaking, you should have the limited ability of a limit breaker. So, as long as Father absorbs and combines your power with his Emperor Soul and Empyrean tier willpower, he should be able to break the limits imposed on him to become a mortal emperor. Wang Wei could imagine how powerful this god would be once he condensed it with incense, coming from the entire lower dimension, not to mention the power coming from its myth and legend that has now been ingrained into the very fabric of the lower dimension's culture and collective consciousness. As such, he's not too worried about the latter's ability to break limits. The issue is Father's Emperor Soul. Even after becoming an everlasting Empyrean, it won't be easy to help him refine it. He had many ideas to try, mostly using the soul method to temper his father's soul. Why am I thinking so hard? Once I become an Empyrean, I can use my chi ability to find tier 11 chis. I just need to find one for Father's soul. He suddenly felt relieved that he had a concrete plan. His concerns now should only be his relationship with true heavenly Tao and how many things the latter will let him get away with after he becomes an Empyrean in the lower dimension. What's this? Wang Wei suddenly noticed something in the river of time and stopped himself from living. His gaze focused on the time branches of the myriad emperor world, and intuitively felt that something was wrong. He observed intently to no avail, so he used other vision prowess and abilities. Then, when he saw the history of his homeworld as one continuous line, he observed a very subtle cut on the line. In the timeline, that cut is after the Devil Era. Did something happen? Wang Wei approached, observed, deduced, and divined the truth. There was another era after the Devil Era, and was it erased or cut off from history? So many things suddenly make sense now. Emperor Kong ascended in the era after the Devil Era, yet Wu Hong was leagues above him in terms of strength, power, and achievements. It did not make sense logically. Wang Wei thought it was because there was a decent period between the two eras where the world was in a weak state and the fact that the time acceleration in the upper dimension was going crazy after her ascension. But no, it was because the two were separated by an entire era. His Honger had plenty of time to grow, develop, and have all her achievements. This meant that the Second Origin War occurred during that era, meaning it might have been long by comparison to the others, or the time acceleration in the upper dimension was also at an all-time high, Wang Wei concluded. However, he soon moved on to more important information or questions. What could possibly cause the erasure of an entire era? Could it be Time Eater? Did he eat one of the eras when the parasites cleaned up the upper dimension's history? Probably not. Wang Wei looked around, wondering whether this was the only time this happened. He soon noticed another anomaly in the line of time where things were not flowing smoothly. That's when my ancestor battle maniac proved the Tao. He suddenly had a thought. Could it be that Battle Maniac did not prove the Tao not because of true heavenly Daoist balance mechanism but because of some kind of wibbly, wobbly, timey-wimey related event? Wang Wei observed closer, but his divination failed him this time, so he was deep in thought. It's possible that Battle Maniac became an eternal emperor, but something forcibly changed the timeline and turned him into a pseudo-eternal. This actually makes more sense. After all, there is no way that Qiyuan would not help him establish a 9-extremity foundation. He should have no issue tempering his body, unlike his sworn sister, so achieving a minimum of 3 root was a good estimation. So, how does it make sense for someone with such a foundation only to become a pseudo-eternal? Although not impossible, it would still be a statistical anomaly. Wang Wei's eyes twinkled. Assuming I'm correct, what could cause such devastation to myriad emperor worlds' timeline? As soon as he asked this question, Wang Wei knew the answer: the origin wars. He felt the truth on the tip of his tongue. The ancestors said he summoned Shadow Ruler and Rainbow to the past to participate in the Second Origin War, and Wu Hong said she saw Battle Maniac fighting in the First Origin War. In other words, the Battle Maniac was the first to be summoned to the past. He slapped his head, wondering why he had never noticed such an obvious incongruency. Whatever methods the ancestry used to summon might have some risks, or something happened during these wars that fundamentally affected the world's timeline. It's also possible that Battle Maniac cannot walk the eternal path, due to whatever occurred. He did not believe for a second that Qiyuan did not suggest that his brother reincarnate and restart cultivating so he could walk the eternal path. And Battle Maniac should not be the kind of person who cannot abandon his power for a better future, just like the human emperor. Wang Wei assumed he never did so because he wanted to prove he was as good as the others despite his previous failure, but now he guessed things were a lot more complicated. Whatever method the ancestor has to travel to the past might be the answer I'm looking for. But it might not be worth it if the backlash is so severe. Wang Wei left the River of Time, still processing the information he had just acquired. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1151 3,800 Seals. Just as he was about to leave, he sensed an aura locked on his body. His body went on high alert as he looked around. In the far distance, he saw a creature staring at him. It had a white robe, which was not really clothes but part of its body. Its face was like an ugly red grimace mask with a long red nose. Wang Wei's body suddenly became active simply by the creature's gaze and terrifying aura. He was on high alert, ready to use his emergency tactics to face unknown and powerful enemies. However, the creature only gazed at him before dissipating. Was this a warning? Wang Wei thought. This creature should be the time wraiths that Chen Tong mentioned. So, was it warning me about messing with the space-time continuum on such a grand scale? Duly noted, Wang Wei muttered before leaving. It was a shame he could not use the same tactic for other things, but he expected as much. Regardless, he was satisfied with succeeding once. Things then became quiet for him as he awaited the development of the upcoming war and Wang Qi's return. Eternal Ascension World, I apologize, but someone already bought our last piece of yin-yang flower, and we don't have any more infatuation flower. Is that so? Wang Qi muttered. Do you know where I can buy one? Hold on. Give me a moment to report. Wang Qi nodded. Old Ma used to be in charge of their exchange, but it seems something happened, and he was busy. Now, he had to deal with someone new, and the latter was the kind of person who took his job too seriously, reporting every detail and ensuring he did everything by the rules. 10 minutes later, the new liaison, a strict middle-aged man dressed in simple black clothes, returned. There is a medium-sized loose cultivator black market not far from here. You should be able to find a yin-yang love flower, but you should be careful since we will not provide protection to you. Here is an entrance token. Wang Qi received the token, which also included direct information transmission into his mind about how to travel to that black market exchange. He did not waste time and quickly traveled to his destination. Wang Qi was scared and paranoid since the sect master's resources were still in his hands, and he feared something would happen for him to lose it. His destination was a place called White Line City, and as soon as Wang Qi landed outside, something occurred. He sensed 3 terrifying aura and immediately checked the source. 3 people were confronting each other, and based on their aura, he knew it was 3 great emperors and 1 immortal sovereign. Based on their aura, the emperor's cultivation should be 57%, 54%, and 52%, respectively, and the most powerful one's aura resembled that of a pseudo-eternal. That immortal sovereign has no chance, Wang Qi analyzed while deciding what his next course of action should be. However, he immediately received a shock to his system. The immortal sovereign killed 2 great emperors with 1 attack, and the pseudo-eternal only survived because of a powerful pagoda that appeared above his head. Wang Qi could sense the Grand Dao source from the pagoda, but the aura was similar to the broken artifact that caused a sensation among the sleeping ancestors. The battle started, and it soon became apparent that the emperor was holding strictly because of the strength of his artifact. More importantly, his body was beginning to crack as he could not bear the strength of the artifact. No, I can't stay here, Wang Qi thought as the shockwave from this fight was enough to injure him, so he activated a talisman Wang Wei gave him that teleported him a great distance away. I finally understand why these immortal sovereigns always complained. The restraint on them in the lower dimension is very severe, Wang Qi thought as he spat a mouthful of blood. He swiftly swallowed a pill and regulated his breathing. This world is becoming too dangerous. It's best for me to leave as quickly as possible. The sect master told him to contact the sect only if it was a last resort, and Wang Qi decided now was the time. He found an empty mountain to make a cave and established some basic formations. Finally, he activated another talisman, and in less than 5 minutes, a projection appeared before him. It did not show a face, only a voice. Wang Qi, I'm surprised you actually contacted us. Elder Wang, he politely saluted. Did something happen? The sect master wants a yin-yang love flower. Really? Wang Yi did not hide his surprise because Wang Wei never asked them for anything despite having access to the sect, a fact that worried some people. Yes. No problem. In fact, we have a superior yin-yang love flower. They'll get it for you. What's the difference? Wang Qi asked curiously. It's when the person who dies to grow the infatuation flower did not know the person they are infatuated with actually loved them back. Then, that person discovers their death place and actually sacrifices themselves to the flower, adding their own infatuation. Such cruelty and specificity. That's why it's even rarer and more potent once it's transformed. A portal appeared before Wang Qi, sending out a black and white seed with pink lines drawn all over its body. Thank you very much, Elder Wang Yi. No problem, and don't hesitate to contact us if you need something. Now that these people have disappeared, we have more room to maneuver and interfere in the general situation. I'll pass the news to the patriarch. Wang Qi did not hesitate as he contacted the Queen Mother. Like before, he found himself teleported before her without even knowing how. What happened? The sect master sent you another gift. He did? He really shouldn't have. Wu Hong sighed as she waved her hand to take Emperor Jia's book and swiftly scanned through it. This disruptor rune is interesting. She had created a disruptor rune, but the idea behind this one was completely different from hers. Her rune targeted the flaw of every Daoist, while this one focused on finding a flaw in the overall system of heaven and earth and used that flaw as a linchpin to disrupt the entire system. It should go well with my rune, she thought, actually appreciating the gift. Tell him thanks, and I will prepare a gift for him once he ascends. Excuse me. What is it? Wang Qi briefly hesitated. Is it possible for you to write a short note for the patriarch? Why? Well, something happened and he was in a terrible mood. And the last time you wrote to him, he was so happy that heaven and earth manifested visions. Wu Hong's brow furrowed. What happened to him? We don't know. Well, at least I don't. All I know is there were dark clouds above the sky, and he lost so much control of his emotions that I could detect it when I met him. That is indeed bad. Wu Hong nodded. She knew what kind of person he was from the memories, So she understood how bad things must have been for him to lose control to this extent. So she conjured a note and pen to write him a letter. Do you know if he currently wants something? Nothing comes to mind. Wait, his grandfather is about to ascend for a duel before entering reincarnation. The sect master has been worried about that. Is that so? Tell him that I will guarantee his family's life until he enters reincarnation. Thank you very much, Queen Mother, Wang Qi said, bowing 90 degrees. I know the sect master will be very happy with this news. He took the letter and left after being dismissed. Wu Hong watched him leave, deep in thought for a few minutes. Then, she adjusted her breath before entering her sea of consciousness. She traveled into a deep layer of mind that was protected by too many layers and restrictions. At her destination were 3,800 seals composed of complex and entangled runes, releasing unique powers. She added the disruption runes to one of them before admiring her masterpiece. These runes were her life's greatest work, and with just one of them, she was confident she would defeat any primal paragons in the entire Chaos universe, and there were no exceptions. Sadly, she could not use even one of them without her soul or body collapsing. She couldn't even use a fraction of their powers. I knew this was the price, but it's still infuriating. Wu Hong did not regret choosing this path during the ultimate taboo, but she still wanted to complain. Regardless, as long I make up for what I'm missing, the path forward will be bright and straightforward. She left this part of her sea of consciousness before disappearing from her retreat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1152 Last Lesson? Sectmaster, I have returned. So soon? Wang Wei thought he would take a little longer, given the task he gave him. Things went smoother than expected, Wang Qi explained as he handed over the space ring with the resources. It was slightly better than expected. Any new information? Wang Wei asked. Nothing significant except there is a new talent that seems to be performing better than Lin Fan and Yin Zhen. Oh. Yes, he appeared out of nowhere, and his mission success soon surpassed Lin Fan and many of the others. Do you know any more information? Besides being called the remorseful emperor, I know very little since the revolution kept tight-lipped about him. Is that so? Wang Wei muttered, thinking who this person could be. Then, his attention was soon shifted to something else. Why is the yin-yang love flower different? It's so potent. Oh, this is what happened. A mutated one? That's excellent news. His mother's chances of success had dramatically increased with this mutated spiritual herb. A small smile crept on the corner of his mouth as he placed away. By the way, the sect said you can contact them after you ascend since they have more freedom. Wang Wei nodded. However, his plan involved minimizing the upper dimension sect's involvement in this upcoming battle. He knew that one wrong move and Supreme Unity might retaliate against the sect for his actions. Although they had Mithria's protection, it was not guaranteed she could always protect them, especially if Supreme Unity were adamant about making Wang Wei hurt, no matter the price. Did she like the gift? Wang Wei. Oh, I couldn't tell from her reaction, Wang Qi replied. However, I asked her to write to you because you were in a foul mood. I hope I did not overstep. Did she? Wang Qi immediately handed the letter, and Wang Wei read it with reverence and excitement. A brilliant smile appeared on his face, which further accentuated his newly perfected face and aura. Oh, you clever Wang Qi, you have no idea how much such an act will benefit your future. Wang Wei has prepared 2 types of eternal insurgent for the sect. The first kind is strength on par with the weakest eternal emperors, only 20% Grand Dao source, and maybe 1-fold battle realm. He will grant this strength to people like Yan Qin, who was once his Dao protector but has limited talent. This was the spot he was going to give Wang Qi. But now, after this small action, he decided to give him a spot on the second tier, the eternal insurgent that can compete with some of the best eternals. These spots were reserved for people like Sword 1, Origin 1, Desolate 1, and his favorite ancestor, Wang Wucheng. Although Wang Qi's talent is not on that level and requires more resources and training, Wang Wei will make the effort to raise him. Thank you very much, Patriarch, Wang Qi swiftly declared. Oh, and the Queen Mother said you don't have to worry, she will protect your grandfather. You mentioned it to her? Yes. She asked me if you needed something and I mentioned it. I've never felt I've picked the perfect person for a job besides today, Wang Wei chuckled. Tell me in detail your interaction. Wang Qi recounted the meeting, and from small context clues, Wang Wei could tell she appreciated the rune since she promised to give him a present after he ascended. He dismissed Wang Qi with a bright smile on his face. Everything went smoothly with Wang Qi's trip, meaning that nothing has changed with my relationship with true heavenly Tao. However, I should observe more so as not to be blindsided, Wang Wei thought. Now that he no longer needed to worry about his grandfather's affairs, he could see his family again. So, he updated Su Shi about her husband's new fame before teleporting home. As fate would have it, everyone was gathered since his mother came to visit the family, primarily because the old man was still grumpy because Wang Wei refused to see him before he left. He's an ungrateful grandson, that's what he is, Wang Chang roared. I named, raised, and taught him how to navigate the dangerous cultivation world, and that's how he repaid me. He's unfilial, that's what he is, unfilial. Father, you have to understand Wire Point. He must have his reasons for worrying, Wang Tian tried to persuade him. Of course, he has every reason to worry, but he has no right to stop me, to keep me hostage. Wang Chang's voice was booming, and if not for the others blocking sounds from leaving the room, everyone would have heard him by now. The cultivation world is full of uncertainty and unpredictableness. He should have understood that by now. Wang Wei coughed to reveal his presence, and Wang Chong turned around with such haste that it appeared as if his neck had broken in the process. It's you, the unfilial thing. On your knees, he yelled, pointing at a corner. Grandpa? Didn't you hear me, on your knees? Can you just listen to me? So, that's how it is now? You've grown, you got all the power and prestige, so no one can do anything to you? Is that how it is now? Wang Wei sighed deeply before walking to the corner and knelt. He looked at his mother and father for help, but they said nothing. Meanwhile, Wang Chang walked around him in a circle. His chest kept puffing before returning to normal. It seemed he was controlling himself not to say something he would regret. He did this for over a minute before the first word came out of his mouth. I don't know how long I've been waiting for this day. To no longer feel useless, incompetent, and like a failure. How long have I wanted to eliminate this constant feeling and reminder that I'm broken and incomplete? Now, imagine how I felt about preparing for the last hurdle to heal, even if that means death in the process, for you to suddenly stop me by taking my feelings hostage? Wang Wei did not say anything. I understand you were worried about me, but instead of talking to me and explaining your concern, you decided to use emotional manipulation to force me from leaving. Haven't you learned this lesson already? You cannot control everything, and even if you can, sometimes you shouldn't. Wasn't this the crux of your pursuit of freedom? To have the choice and ability to do everything but have the mind to know when not to do so? Wang Chang looked intently at him, but Wang Wei had no words. The way he reacted was indeed wrong, but he did not think too much of it. However, it seems that control and manipulation had become his instinct and the default way he dealt with people. That in itself is not a problem, but now, it seems this behavior has seeped into his core, and he even dealt with his family in this way. I haven't been able to teach you anything for a long time, but I hope you remember today's events as my last lesson. Now, stay here for a few hours while I cool down. Wang Chang summoned a jar of wine before flying out of the mansion, leaving everyone else. Wang Tian walked to his son and patted him on the shoulder before walking to the table to clean and sharpen his sword. Don't worry. He should calm down in a few hours, Yu Yen reassured him before leaving to cook something for everyone. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was left alone in his shame. He had only seen his grandfather this angry once, and it was when he was 6 or 7 years old. His grandmother had just left for a visit, and Wang Wei was not happy she could not stay. So, he muttered something under his breath about how his other grandfather, Yuyong, was a weak man to have such a terrible injury. Of course, he did not mean it and did not expect anyone to hear him, but his grandfather heard him and punished him severely. Wang Wei always thought he had overreacted that night, but it was only later that he understood that he had hit a nerve when he called the latter weak. After all, there is nothing weak about having the Dao heart being broken. Complacency, Wang Wei thought. I've become too comfortable with the essence of my fate Dao manipulation. Although this problem looks small, if left unchecked, it's not impossible for me to be assimilated by my Dao, becoming a puppet to its fundamental nature of manipulating things. And if I dig deeper, the problem might even be more severe. Maybe this is not just because my personality and goals are perfectly aligned with fate Dao, but also because of my status as a fate seed. I may be predisposed, nay, conditioned, to become a mindless puppeteer for the ultimate puppet master fate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1153 Farewell. Wang Wei had to resist every instinct in his body not to use his immeasurable emperor ability and asked Grand Dao about his fate seed mark. However, he had to stop himself since he did not know whether Grand Dao could be objective and fair. Logically speaking, it should have been an anomaly for Grand Dao to act out of character, out of anger, but he could not know for sure, and that was driving him mad. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. He entered deep into his sea of consciousness, bypassing the new security measures he created to prevent mind readers from spying. He condensed one of his spiritual particles into an avatar/spiritual self. You and I are one, right? Of course, the avatar nodded. So, you know me the best? That's for sure. In that case, your task from now on is to monitor all my actions and pick up on signs that I'm slipping, signs that I'm being assimilated, Wang Wei ordered. No problem, the avatar nodded. It might be best for me to strip myself of all emotions so I can be more like a machine and observe you more from a data standpoint. That's not a bad idea, Wang Wei agreed. Plus, it's probably best if I left all memories of this conversation with you. With your tendencies, you might indeed try to manipulate the data if you knew someone was observing you, the avatar agreed. How about this? We will have regular meetings to compare the data about my behavior. During this meeting, you can temporarily give me back my memories and take them away after it's done, Wang Wei suggested. That's fine. Do you have any idea how long each meeting should be? Every million years? Yuan epochs? You can decide, but take into consideration when I'm in seclusion and such, Wang Wei replied. Of course, but what if there is an emergency? Like, the data showed a drastic change in personality and behavior? In that case, I'm permitting you to contact the people around me for an intervention. Tell them the truth and expect resistance. Very well. Wang Wei raised his hand to use a technique, the fate of heaven, to bless the avatar with some power of heaven Dao. Then, the latter's eyes became cold and indifferent as he stripped himself of all his emotions. A green orb flew out of Wang Wei's soul before he left this part of his sea of consciousness. In his mind, he had just searched his sea of consciousness for signs of any mark with no result. If only I could access my existence blueprint again, I might have discovered something. He had tried a few times after his perfect foundation with no success. Wang Wei has labeled creating a technique to do so as a long project. Yu Yen finished the food over a little hour, but Wang Chang was not back. So, she had to use a talisman to preserve the heat and freshness. She looked at her son, slightly distressed. Although she knew he was not in pain, the humiliation and shame must be eating him. Alas, she agreed with her father-in-law after seeing his point of view. Plus, it would be the ultimate disrespect to undermine his authority by helping her son. That's why Wang Tian did not say anything as well. For hours after the food was finished, Wang Chang flew from the distance, landing before Wang Wei. So, he asked directly. I'm sorry. Oh, it seems you're not completely gone. That's not fair. I've always been willing to admit when I'm at fault and take responsibility for my actions. True, Wang Chang nodded. He knew what kind of man he and his son raised, and as such, he would give some credit. Are you going to explain yourself? Wang Wei sighed. What can I say? I'm fighting with Grand Dao and feared it would retaliate by affecting your reincarnation. And it seems my behavior has been slipping for quite some time now. He realized almost all his interactions since proving the Dao involved him being a manipulator. From the emperors of this world to the alliance members, to the Monkey King, Chen Tong, and even his friendship with Su Shi started with impure motives of getting his hands on the academy. Besides his family and sect, Wang Wei does not think he had any genuine connection or conversation since he proved the Dao. The scariest part is he slid into that role so naturally and seamlessly that he never noticed a thing. Things might have escalated before he noticed anything if not for going too far and doing so to a family member. As expected, things are more complicated when it comes to you, Wang Chang commented. Yes, they are, Wang Wei nodded. And I have to thank you. You may have saved me from a terrible fate, even worse than death. Why, is something wrong? I don't want to talk about it. And you don't have to, but remember, we will help as long as it's in our power. Get up. Wang Chang helped him up before leading him to the table. So, what brought you here? Why did you change your mind and suddenly come to see me? Oh, the daughter-in-law up there promised to protect you, so I came to deliver the good news. It's good to have reassurance, Wang Chang nodded calmly. The better news is she seems to care about you. Now, I don't have to worry about our bloodline stopping with you. The fact you were worried is an insult, Wang Wei rolled his eyes. What do you want me to do? You said it's either her or no one. You're still young. You can make a few more, especially after your reincarnation. Don't get too snarky with me so soon. You're not completely out of the gutter yet, Wang Chang warned, so Wang Wei could only stuff the braised pork, from a Tier 9 demon, into his mouth. His status in the family has never been this low. Even when his grandfather was so mad the first time, his mother doted on him and secretly helped him. Wang Wei's mouth twitched as he saw his father's smirk on the corner of his eyes. He gritted his teeth as he resisted the urge to make the old man suffer. Stop antagonizing our son, Yu Yan smacked Wang Tian on his head. I didn't say anything. You didn't have to. Wang Tian could not believe he was in trouble despite not doing anything. Ever since that bastard came into the picture, he became his wife's second favorite person in the world, and he would never forgive him for that. This is for you, Wang Wei said as he handed his mother the superior yin-yang love flower, and he explained its uniqueness. The upper dimension is truly something else, Yu Yan. In a world so vast, anything that would be statistically impossible is bound to happen just by the sheer size and the vast population. The banquet continued, and everyone already guessed it was a parting one. Midway through, Yan Liling's projection came to say her goodbye. Li Jun could not come or even send a projection. So, he recorded a talisman that said his farewell. It's time, Wang Chang said, looking at the moon. He glanced at his grandson. Is everything prepared? Yes. I've ensured you'll reincarnate in the Wang clan. I've even allowed you to condense your flesh and bloodline cultivation into a seed to absorb in your next life. What about timing? That's out of my control. I tried to ensure it was as close as possible, but I can't say for sure. It's fine. Your grandmother? Sorry, I couldn't find her reincarnation. Maybe it's fate, Wang Chang sighed. He walked to his daughter-in-law, hugged and whispered in her ears. Thank you for everything you've given me. Words are not enough to tell you how much I appreciate you being part of the family. He hugged Yan Liling and whispered, I've watched you grow, so I know how great of a woman and person you are. Keep walking forward in your cultivation journey, and keep an eye on Junior for me. I will. Grandson. Grandpa. I'm sorry our last moments had to be this harsh, Wang Chang started, holding Wang Wei tighter. I understand. All your achievements and glory are things I could never imagine in my wildest dreams. However, none of that will matter if you lose your true self. Remember those words. I will. Son. Father. Wang Tian leaped into his old man's arms with tears dripping from his eyes. Wang Chang's eyes got moist as well, so he wiped them out. Raising you into the man you are today is my life's greatest accomplishment. Words alone are not enough to tell you how proud I am. Father. Wang Tian could not find the words to say as the sadness was too overwhelming. Your mother would have been proud, and I know I can stand straight before her if I ever have the chance. They hugged and cried for more than 2 minutes before separating. Wang Chang took one last look at his family and smiled before turning into a rainbow and disappearing into the sky. According to the rules of heaven and earth, true power Dao realm cultivators can ascend after having the strength compared to third-class emperor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1154 Father and Son. Wang Chang looked around and saw nothing but green grass for as far as his eyes could see. The first thing that popped into his mind was how vast this place was, and even after stretching his divine sense to the limit, he could tell he was only seeing a fraction of this grand world. For a moment, he felt a sense of smallness, as if his life was insignificant compared to the vastness and grandness of this realm known as the Eternal Ascension world. The air, it's so sweet, Wang Chang thought as he noticed the unique energy in the environment. The energy seems to nourish my soul and body, and it's even better at it than innate qi. Wang Chang suddenly felt it might be a good idea to adapt to this energy first before his fight. He had detected a mountain range not far from here, so he headed there. He tore the space and received a tremendous amount of resistance. The space is very solid. Only immortals or those with immortal strength can naturally teleport in this realm. Wang Chang arrived at his destination and immediately erected a few detection and protection formations to warn or prevent intruders. For the next 3 days, he did nothing but absorb the qi from heaven and earth to cleanse his body and adapt to the environment. My strength has increased by 2 infant fiend god force, and my soul is 4 times as pure as before. He was shocked by this change just because he decided to cultivate and adapt before the fight. He also understood why people yearned for the upper dimension. Although it's harder to cultivate the higher the realm, it's way easier in such an environment. Now that I have adapted, it's time to end this generational feud. Wang Chang'e activated a talisman Wang Wei gave him long ago and waited. Yang Guowei walked into his mansion with a somber atmosphere. He had just finished a mission, but his heart was restless, so he headed directly home without even exchanging his points for resources. He ignored the beautiful maid with an angelic voice calling for his return, heading directly to his cultivation retreat. Once alone, he activated a secret technique, teleporting himself to a secret and sealed dimension. He looked at the chained man with a coarse black robe, long, unkempt hair, and beard with traces of white scattered between the two. The man opened his deep and cunning eyes. Unfilial son, have you finally come to kill me? Are you prepared to add patricide to your sins? I've come to give you what may be your last chance, Yan Guowei said helplessly. Stop serving these parasites and join our cause. Then I may be able to save your life. How many times do I have to warn you to watch your tongues when you speak about these beings? You fear them, I don't. That's because you're a fool, letting your youthful vigor and inexperience guide your actions. 9 Sons shook his head in disappointment. I should have listened to your mother and let her stay with you in the lower dimension. Don't mention my mother. The only reason I didn't turn out without morals and backbone like you is because of her, Yang Guowei snapped. 9 Sons' eyes narrowed. She was a weak woman, and she turned you into a weak child and an utter disappointment. Weak woman? Would you fear a weak woman? I fear no one. Then, why did you purposely allow her to destroy her foundation when given birth to me? Wasn't it to destroy her talent and future potential? Yang Guowei's eyes turned red. Mortals cannot easily give birth to immortal children, especially when one of the parents is a great emperor. As such, Plenty of nourishing resources are required for the mortal mother in those situations to ensure she gives birth without any problems. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I wouldn't have found out? You found her and thought of cultivating her as one of your generals. Then, you noticed her talent, especially when she gave you the brilliant tactic to win your heavenly battle. Yang Guowei's eyes were red with hatred. I bet you thought of killing her as soon as she gave you the plan. However, your twisted mind thought it would be better to use her mind for yourself and turn her into your woman. However, her cultivation talents still irked you, so you decided to find an opportunity to destroy it. Shut up, boy. Emperor Nine Sun's body released terrifying killing intent, turning the room red. Don't speak on matters you have no idea about. You have no idea how much I despise you. Find the new ST ovals on n/Velbin. Calm Nine Sun's body trembled when he saw his son's eyes. They were so full of disgust and revulsion that he felt pain in his heart. The sad part is your pathetic self did not even notice she saw through your actions and true self but still loved you. Yang Guowei gnashed his teeth. He took a moment to take a deep breath before exhaling. Despite everything, she made me promise not to hate you. To honor her promise, I will try this last time to save you. Are you going to change sides or not? Nine Suns was quiet for a few seconds. Stop wasting your time. Yang Guowei had to exude extreme focus to prevent his anger from getting out of control. I don't get it. As cunning as you are, couldn't you tell that these parasites were a sinking ship? They have lived in borrowed time ever since they usurped this world's power. All signs show that destiny is not on their side. So, why are you so stubborn? You talk too much. If you are going to kill me, do it fast. I no longer want to waste my breath on you, Nine Suns scoffed. Yang Guowei took one step forward, intending to punch him in his smug face. But he suddenly stopped himself. Wait. With my mother's wisdom, how could she not see such an obvious truth? Even if she went along with your decision initially, she should have warned you by now. A look of realization dawned on Yang Guowei's face. What did you do? Where is my mother? Ah, Nine Suns laughed maniacally. You want to know? Release me and I'll tell you. Bastard. Yang Guowei rushed to him and started wailing at him. Nine Suns' power and fleshly body strength were sealed, so the beating soon turned bloody, but that was just the beginning. Yang Guowei activated his color of strength technique to increase his stats and continued beating his father. Where is my mother, you bastard? He did not care how bloody his fists were, how many teeth he broke from that bastard, or how much blood was oozing out of his face. He continued his relentless wailing while screaming for his mother's whereabouts. At some points, one has to wonder whether this beating was truly for information or whether Yang Guowei was releasing some bottled-up emotions. Ha, you unfilial son. Doing this won't change anything, Nine Suns replied despite his terrible state. Only by releasing me will you have a chance of knowing the truth. After 30 minutes, Yang Guowei's red eyes cleared, and he saw the terrible shape his father was with a sunken skull and deformed face. However, he did not care as such a simple injury would never kill an immortal, even with its power sealed. Color of the soul, color of the moon, color of in 3 different shades of blue light balls appeared around Yang Guowei before entering his body. Then, without hesitation, he used his divine sense to invade his father's sea of consciousness. Since the bastard refused to talk, he would get the information by forcibly searching his soul. Boom! A powerful force sent Yang Guowei flying away. He coughed a mouthful of blood as he landed. He watched in shock as a black phoenix phantom rushed out of his father's sea of consciousness and circled around him before returning to its original location. A seal? Do you think the undead Phoenix Temple would not protect my mind? How stupid and naive. Nine Suns sneered. As I said, only by releasing me can you get the information you want. Yang Guowei slowly stood up while using a healing technique. As he was about to try something else, he sensed the notification from a talisman, and his brow immediately furrowed after checking. He pondered briefly before healing his father, returning him to his peak state. What's this? Want to have another go? It's alright, but you can only dream about getting that information from my mouth. Your fate is no longer mine to decide. What do you mean? An old friend of yours wants to see you, Yang Guowei said calmly. And if there is someone who can get the information from your mind, it should be him. He did not hesitate to activate the talisman Wang Wei gave him. A portal opened before him, and Wang Chang walked out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1155 Old Generation Grudge. Wang Chang? What are you doing here? Hee, didn't expect this, did you? Wang Chang chuckled and sneered. Fate is an interesting thing, isn't it? Nine Suns frowned. What do you want? He suddenly noticed something. Are you working with my unfilial son? You can say that. So, you're here for revenge? He sneered. I can't believe the Dao opening sect was willing to sacrifice one of their immortal ancestors for you. I didn't think they would value a loser like yourself. The only way for Wang Chang to be here was for another immortal to bring him, but no sect should be willing to sacrifice an immortal venerable for a little quasi-emperor, especially not one who previously lost its battle. Wang Chang ignored him and focused on Yang Guowei. Release him, and it's probably best that you don't stay here for this. Although his grandson warned him the possibility of Yang Guowei's betrayal was small, Wang Chang did not want to take chances. After all, no matter the circumstances, he was about to kill Yang Guowei's father. Sir, can you do me a favor? Wang Chang frowned. I'm listening. Can you preserve his soul? So, you want to save him after all? Not all, Yang Guowei swiftly answered. He did something to my mother, and the information is protected in his soul. I hoped to preserve it and ask His Majesty to help me remove it. Is that so? I can do my best but won't make any promises. Wang Chang did not know how this battle would turn out, so it was not wise to promise to protect his enemy's soul. Fighting without the intention to kill could be detrimental to him in this fight, so he can only act based on the situation. That's all I ask for, Yang Guowei replied before bowing and disappearing. This small dungeon changed into a vast and vibrant world with a clear sky, clouds, shining suns, mountains, forests, and oceans. The overall seal was still present, but now the dungeon was a small world with extremely thick space to ensure a battle without any issues and to prevent some people from running away. Nine Suns' chains dissipated, and he felt his power returning. His aura drastically increased, followed by his body releasing an intense heat. What's your relationship with my son? Nine Suns, no, Yang Chen asked as he slowly stood up. He noticed how much respect his son displayed when addressing Wang Chang. Not to mention the person he called Majesty, Yang Chen could sense the fear and reverence in his son's voice. What do you think? Yang Chen's eyes furrowed. He planned to mold his son into a powerful emperor so they could start an emperor clan. However, his wife's interference had made the boy soft, but it was all right as he believed he could bring out the cruelty from inside him, turning him into a powerful weapon for him to use. As long as he continued to use Yang Guowei's love for his mother, it was only a matter of time before his plan succeeded. But now, it appeared that Wang Chang and someone else had also interfered, making the situation more complicated. He did not like that. Is that anger I'm sensing? It's unlike you. You don't even know the first thing about me, Yang Chen sneered. He was extremely low-key during his generation, almost invisible during most of the era. So, his light only shone brightly at the very last moment. He exhaled to calm down and properly assess his opponent. An essence emperor? And his fleshly body cultivation is on par with me? Yang Chen had a calm expression but was fuming inside. When he proved the Dao, his strength was 18% Grand Dao Source, putting him near the top of first class. Then, after ascending, spending more than 7.4 billion years, and getting rewards from the Undead Phoenix Temple, his cultivation reached 24% Grand Dao Source. The Dao opening sect treated you well. I can't fathom how much resources they've pumped into you to force you into this realm. Wang Chang laughed loudly. I despise what you're trying to insinuate. However, that doesn't matter, as you'll soon know whether I've earned this strength. He calmly removed the upper part of his robe, showing his muscular torso. A faint golden hue emanated from Wang Chang's muscular body as his aura rapidly increased. This aura, it reminded me of records about Fiend God. Did he learn some kind of Fiend God body refining technique? His expression was severe as he prepared for this upcoming battle. He activated his awakening, manifesting 9 small suns that floated behind his head in a semicircular shape. Yang Chen looked like an exalted god of the sun. Wang Chang rushed forward like a raging bull that saw the color red. A red fiery beam rushed toward him from one of the 9 small suns. The beam was beyond fast, and the heat was enough to make the laws of physics seem like a silly child, but Wang Chang blocked it with one palm, and he did not stop his forwarding motion. Find the new ST ovals on n/Velbin. Kamyang Cheng reacted swiftly as he moved backward while the remaining 8 small suns fired their own beam. Wang Chang blocked the attack with both palms, but nothing could reduce his desire to move forward. Yang Chen used the technique, World Sun, which took all the matter and energy in a universe as large as the heaven-will world and converted them into flame. Wang Chang calmly watched the sun condense in his path, and he did not bat an eye when that thing exploded. He survived the terrifying heat with only a few black burning spots on his skin that swiftly disappeared. Yang Cheng immediately tried to burn the space around him to teleport away and distance himself from his attacker. However, Wang Chang took a step into the void to propel himself forward. His speed reached countless times that of infinity, appearing before his opponent as if he had teleported. Bang! Yang Chen crossed his arm to block. He even condensed a flame armor around his arms for defensive purposes, but that did not change much. The force behind that punch sent him crashing through a few mountains before stopping. Wang Chang should have taken advantage of this opportunity, but he stopped instead. He looked at his fist for a moment before grinning. He's been wanting to do this for too long. To be exact, he's been waiting for millions of years. Wang Chang still remembered his fight. After suffering a devastating blow from Yang Chen's illusion and breaking his Dao heart, he felt a terrifying sense of sorrow, followed by immense weakness. With such a terrible Dao heart, it was impossible for him to summon even 1% of his strength. Then, as he watched Yang Chen slaughter the few remaining people with himself behind the next one at any time, Wang Chang made the cowardly decision to run away and abandon the battle. Although he knew this was the sensible thing to do, Wang Chang always had some regret about his actions. As such, he's always wanted the opportunity to repay Yang Chen for forcing him to make such a cowardly move by punching him extremely hard, preferably in the face. Wang Chang suddenly laughed maniacally. His voice echoed in this sealed world as if he was an almighty god showing his presence to the world and a bunch of mortals. Wang Chang felt good. No, he felt great. He abandoned the Dao path, using the special inner world his grandson had prepared for him to nourish his bloodline so that he could beat Yang Chen with his bare hand. With such ample time, Yang Chen had long healed the slight cracking of his bones after that attack. However, his fury was evitable by his red eyes and fluctuating aura. The idea that someone whom he once considered a loser and coward was now on par with him was infuriating beyond words. He was the winner and Wang Chang the loser, but if he didn't do something, the situation might have been reversed. Aren't you happy too early? Yang Chen said with a grave voice as he looked at Wang Chang, that was acting a little deranged. You couldn't possibly understand, Wang Chang replied, feeling the small crack remaining on his Dao heart healed by a small margin. As expected, I will be utterly healed even if I lose this battle. My obsession is not victory but making up for the regrets of that fight. However, I should ensure victory to ensure a perfect recovery. Wang Chang activated all his powers and abilities, and his body released a strange energy or aura in the process. Primordial law? Yang Chen asked in shock, and he was correct. Wang Chang used the malleable void law from his bloodline to condense his own overlord law to fit his original Dao. Today, he will show it up in this battle. Let's end the karma between us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1156 Long-Awaited Rematch? So what if you have primordial law? This is not primordial chaos. Although Yang Chen was surprised that the latter acquired something like primordial chaos with just a body refining technique, it would not change anything. Without the boost from primordial chaos, primordial laws are weaker than Grand Dao Source and Heaven Law, only slightly better than innate laws. This idiot doesn't know anything. In such an environment, I can use my Grand Dao Source to limit the strength of his primordial law. Yang Chen immediately acted on this plan as a river full of chains composed of runes materialized behind him. As soon as the Grand Dao Source materialized and its aura targeted him, Wang Chang felt his law working slower, more sluggishly. However, he did not panic and even sneered. Small black lightning flashed on his eyes as he activated his will manifestation and fused it with his primordial law, giving it the boost it needed instead of primordial chaos. Damn it, he can do that? Yang Chen had read some of the temple's records and knew body refiners with primordial law could use this technique. Although it could not compare to the boost from the will of primordial chaos, it was better than nothing. More importantly, it was not an outside force, thus easier to use. Overlord's authority, sound, Wang Chang clapped his hand to release a powerful sound wave with devastating effects. And with domination over the Tao or concept of sound, Wang Chang's attack reached beyond the speed of sound, light, and beyond. Yang Chen's face changed as he reacted. He turned his body into the fire element, so the vibration from the clap passed through him unscathed. Wang Chang responded by opening his mouth to roar. Fiend God roar. The vibration from this throat contained a potent will full of power, nobility, and the desire to destroy and dominate anything in its way. Yang Chen knew this attack would disperse his flaming body while targeting his soul. So, he countered with a sonic attack of his own. Voice of Flame. The voice of flame is one of power, anger, wrath, rampage, and destruction. The two potent vibrations clashed, generating enough force and energy that a few mountains flew away like papers blown by the wind. If not for the reinforcement of the seal, the space would have cracked during this clash. The two stepped back after the clash abated, but Yang Chen's face was slightly pale. His techniques are way more refined than mine. Although he did not want to admit it, this clash proved as such. Overlord's authority, flame, a dark purple flame enveloped Wang Chang's bare torso. The flame seemed to fit perfectly with his aura. Are you trying to humiliate me? Yang Chen asked with gritted teeth. What do you think? Wang Chang sneered. I've prepared this fiend god flame especially for you. He rushed toward his opponent, his eyes full of determination to injure his opponent at least once using his own Tao. Damn you, Wang Chang! Yang Chen yelled as he attacked with his unique, spiritual flame that ignores all obstacles and directly attacks the soul to burn it. Wang Chang watched with squinted eyes as his purple flame passed through his opponent's flame as if the latter had entered an intangible state. He mixed the power of unreal and real from illusion Tao into his flame, Wang Chang swiftly analyzed. So, he immediately activated the attribute of his fiend god flame, dominance, especially toward other flames. Yang Chen immediately felt he had lost control over his flame, which was the greatest insult to any cultivator. Who would accept losing in a field they major into someone who can only dabble in using law resonance? Yang Chen swiftly pushed his control of flame Dao to the limit, but that was not enough, so he added a bit of his illusion Dao to reduce the effect of the domination. By the time he finished, Wang Chang was already before him, and he punched him with a fist of purple flame. Yang Chen was about to move his head to evade when a terrifying gravitational force or power of suppression weighed on his body and rendered him immobile. Wang Chang's fist first burned half of his face with the purple flame before caving his skull with the sheer force behind that punch. Yang Chen's stomach suddenly released a powerful fiery beam, pushing Wang Chang a few dozen kilometers. His battle experience is not as bad as I anticipated. Yang Chen was never the kind of person with a high battle IQ, as he preferred to win with schemes or while hidden in the shadows. Meanwhile, Wang Chang had spent too much time training in the dream world. However, it seems Yang Chen has been making up for his mistakes since his ascension. A magic circle with a 5-pointed star appeared before Yang Chen. Each point of the star contained a color associated with the 5 elements. The green wood lit up, releasing a potent life energy that rapidly healed his injury. The fight just started, and I'm already forced to use my source technique. This 5-element source technique was one of his 3 greatest trump cards. He spent much effort to get his hands on it, and only recently did he succeed. Sadly, before he could even master it, his unfilial son contacted him under false pretenses before capturing him. Yang Cheng's face healed, but somehow he could still feel the burning face where the injury used to be. More importantly, his pride was utterly destroyed with that one punch. Find the new ST ovals on n/Velbin. Komi need to calm down and kill this bastard. No one will know of my humiliation by then, Yang Chen thought. Then, he'll only need to get rid of that unfilial son. Although he felt it was a shame to kill that bastard since he planned to turn him into his ultimate weapon, he could still try again. He activated his source technique, allowing him to access the other 4 Daoists by converting his flame Dao into any other 4. The first step was using a combination of earth and metal Dao to forge full-body armor to protect himself. Yang Chen had recognized the vast disparity between his flesh and his opponent. Yang Chen felt more secure as he donned this yellow and white armor. The next step was to be cautious and lure him into a trap. Bang! Before Yang Chen could react, a terrifying force hit his armor, leaving cracking marks as his body crashed into the ocean. He became faster? How is that possible? Meanwhile, Wang Chang, who had used his version of Su Shi's obsession source technique, appeared in this ocean and dominated the water to strangle his opponent. Yang Chen reacted swiftly by using water Dao to block the first wave of attack before burning the entire ocean instantly. However, what awaited Yang Chen after this somewhat quick response was Wang Chang's Water Sovereign Fist. This fist contained the power of a ruler and the counter to his element, water. Yang Chen barely escaped with an earth escape technique, which allowed him to disperse his body and reform from the nearby terrain. Damn it, his battle experience is too high. Was he ever that talented? Wang Chang was reading his moves like it was a booklet, predicting his actions seconds in advance. I've trained my battle experience from the temple's fragment. Could he have done the same in the Dao opening sect? He was instantly jealous since he could only exchange use for 100,000 years. Meanwhile, Wang Chang probably had the power to use it as much as he pleased. At the pace of this fight, I will never have a chance to make my move and be victorious. Their strength was relative, but the opponent's terrifying battle experience and IQ allowed him to utilize his powers to their full extent and even beyond. As Yang Chen watched his opponent rush over like a hungry dog, he immediately encased himself in an orb of earth and metal elements. He knew such defensive measures would only buy him a few seconds, but that's all he needed to strategize. I need to stay calm and think logically. What would she do in this situation? Yang Chen thought. His eyes squinted as something popped in his mind. Anticipate your opponent's move. If that move is predictable, do it while knowing the opponent will be ready. Put a small twist to it, and it will still be an effective strategy. Boom! Wang Chang's fist punched through the earth's layer, but Yang Chen already used water escape to appear in a river a few kilometers away. He immediately used an ultimate attack as soon as he was out of range. 5-element ultimate flame. The 5-point star appeared before him and immediately started gathering all 4 elements in the environment to turn into a boosting power for the flame element. Then, a red beam rushed toward Wang Chang, leaving small spatial cracks in its way. Yang Chen observed closely and his eyes suddenly lit. Here ace my chance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1157 Conclusion. Wang Chang looked at the woman before him. She was exactly as he always dreamt, beautiful, quiet, peaceful, naturally noble, and a slight aura of indifference. She did not see him as she was too busy mixing medicine, probably for an upcoming patient. He looked at her longingly for a few seconds before making his presence known. "You scared me." She was calm despite saying these words. No, she was too calm for someone. "Why are you standing here like a buffoon? Come help me." For the first time in his life, Wang Chang did not listen to her. Instead, he walked next to her and started caressing her face. "Is something wrong?" Mao Yu asked, stopping her actions to look him in the eyes. "No." "Then, why are you acting so strange?" "I just miss you. Although it's only been less than 10 minutes since we saw each other, I miss you too," she replied as she touched his hands on her face. "However, we have work to do, lives to save. So, let's leave the affection for when the clinic is closed." Wang Chang chuckled. That is something she would say. "Pardon me? You look so perfect, even indistinguishable. From her face, aura, mannerisms, and state of mind, you are a perfect replica." "Now, you're worrying me," Mao Yu claimed. "Are you sure nothing happened? Are you sick?" "No, you're a cultivator, so that should not be the issue. Please talk to me." What a wonderful illusion. Changer. It was Mao Yu's turn to caress his face. "No matter what happens, our family can deal with it. It's a shame that this place could not remove the pain I felt when I lost her." Wang Chang shook his head. "Think about Tiana," Mao Yu swiftly said. "Don't do anything to break our family apart, especially after going through all this trouble to reunite. Stay here with me, and everything will be fine." Wang Chang took one last look at her before the illusion began to fall apart. He opened his eyes to find himself in quite a predicament. Yang Chen attacked him with a terrifying white flame, and half his body was already destroyed. Adding on the previous injuries from the fire beam, he was in pretty bad shape. However, he was not too worried. According to an already established technique, his body would instinctively use a little bit of nothingness power once he's in danger, entering the intangibility state. That's why Yang Chen was yelling and trying his best but could not destroy the remaining half of his flesh. "I can sense a Dao will inside my body and soul. He must have a Dao will artifact," Wang Chang thought as he assessed the situation. However, his application is less than subpar by the standard in the dream world. He immediately used his will manifestation to remove the Dao will before regenerating the missing part. Yang Chen stopped his pointless attack, looking at his enemy with gritted teeth. He was close to defeating this bastard a second time, but things didn't go as planned. His Dao heart should be flawed, so why didn't the illusion last longer? It should not have been this quick even if he had prepared and practiced beforehand. He thought he had overestimated his opponent but only did the opposite. Yang Chen exhaled deeply before saying, "How about we end this fight as a tie? We don't have much deep animosities, just competition. How about we make peace?" "Don't say such a stupid thing again," Wang Chang sneered. "Only one of us will walk out of this sealed space. Damn this idiot. I'm already making such great concessions." Yang Chen was annoyed. He didn't like dealing with these hot-headed individuals who only think with their fists. Overlord's authority, heaven and earth. Wang Chang forcefully took control of the power of heaven and earth before punching his opponent. A colossal red fist manifested in this dimension, and it moved along with Wang Chang's movement. Yang Chen's face turned ugly as this attack descended on him. He could not move, his thinking slower than usual, and his soul was overflowing with the fear of death. And that's because his eyes or senses did not see a fist but the might of heaven and earth, and it was truly unimaginable. The entire world trembled as the fist landed. The shockwave from the attack blew away millions of forests, trees, and mountains. Oceans, lakes, and rivers instantly dried up, volcanoes became inactive, and the moon and sun exploded into pieces, leaving the world in darkness. Wang Chang frowned as he knew this was not over. Then, as expected, a paled face Yang Chen materialized in the distance. He used his illusion Dao to revert real to unreal and achieve a state similar to intangibility. Unfortunately, the attack exceeded his technique, and Wang Chang masterfully used his will manifestation. You can escape once, but not twice, Wang Chang sneered as he continued his offensive effort. With control of heaven and earth, he also gained control of yin-yang. So, he modified his surroundings to prevent Yang Chen from entering his unreal state. Then he used a slapping attack this time. Illusory Chaos Flame. Yang Chen combined his primary and subdao fire and illusion into one to create an illusory chaos flame with the same effect as the real one. Unfortunately for him, Wang Chang did not care whether this fake flame had the same effect as the real one. He had bathed or tempered his body with genuine chaos flame, meaning he was highly immune to it. It was a little too late by the time Yang Chen noticed this fact. The palm attack broke countless of his bones despite his best effort at a defensive measure. He crashed into the desolate earth left in this sealed world, creating even more devastation to this realm. Yang Chen swiftly stood up, ignoring how much blood he was coughing or how many liters of the thing he had already lost. He was trying his best to recuperate with plenty of wood and water energy, but the willpower inside his body was not permitting such a thing. I can no longer hesitate. He activated his final trump card, a red orb with cloud symbols. His aura rapidly increased, along with the killing intent in his eyes. He was now on a warpath, and no one could stop him. As always, you're stupid and can't even realize this, Yang Chen sneered. Do you think you escaped from me back then because you made a wise choice? I allowed you to escape out of fear and respect for the Dao opening sect. His aura had reached a scary level. But now, things are different. I am the one with the high background. Wang Chang was calm during this sudden change. He summoned a talisman from his space ring and activated it. A seal materialized above the dark sky, and immediately afterward, Yang Chen's aura rapidly decreased, returning to the state before summoning the orb artifact. What the hell did you do? You see, I have a very clever grandson, Wang Chang replied calmly. He predicted that the greatest trump card someone like you can access is an Empyrean artifact acquired through your servitude to one of these parasites. So, he gave me something to ensure our battles remain fair. Yang Chen's body trembled due to the overwhelming emotions coursing through every fiber of his being. Do you want to hear what else he said? Wang Chang continued. He said he doubted you were capable enough to exchange for such an artifact. Now, I'm curious what you did for them to reward you so highly? Yang Chen did not answer as blood dripped from both corners of his mouth. It even looked like his eyes were about to start bleeding. Not answering? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Wang Chang exhaled deeply before clenching his fist, feeling every muscle in his body. As he punched forward, Wang Chang felt his spirit extremely concentrated, allowing him to throw the best punch of his life. A golden dragon descended from the heavens before releasing a roar that made the void tremble and crack. The dragon rushed toward Yang Chen, who still defended himself despite the desperate situation. The orb artifact floated before him to release a red shield. Sadly, this was useless. The dragon tore apart his shield before dispersing his body particle by particle before targeting his soul. The dragon weakened Yang Chen's soul to the weakest state before sealing the small part into a crystal. Wang Chang was surprisingly calm as he became the final victor. He sat cross-legged in the void, entering a deep state of meditation. His wrathful, powerful, and domineering aura rapidly became peaceful and calm. His aura first fused with his surroundings before turning similar to an ordinary or mortal. The last flaw in Wang Chang's Dao heart healed, and his state of mind was perfected and sublimated. He opened his clear eyes and muttered, "It's time for a new adventure." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1158 Emergency, you can come out now. Yang Guowei teleported inside the sealed dimension. This is what you asked for. Wang Chang's head pointed at the soul crystal in the corner. Thank you. I owe you a debt of gratitude. I have no need for any karmic debt, so pass it on to my grandson, Wang Chang replied calmly. I understand. Wang Chang looked him in the eye. I know your relationship was not the best, but at least give him a burial. Yang Chen might not have been his greatest opponent, but he was still the one with the greatest effect on his life. As such, Wang Chang wanted to give some respect even if he might not deserve it. I will, Yang Guowei nodded. Once he gets the information he wishes for, he will personally remove his father's Dao imprint and ensure he is dead for sure. He knows his mother will have a sore spot for him and try to save him despite all he's done, so Yang Guowei will ensure he's dead before meeting her. Now that everything is dealt with, I want some alone time. As you wish. Yang Guowei bowed before teleporting away, leaving Wang Chang to his thoughts. The next journey for Wang Chang was reincarnation. He did not need to reincarnate. With his human fiend god bloodline, his perfected Dao heart, and his grandson's method, he had no doubt he could be cultivated into an unparalleled emperor. However, he still chose this path for two reasons. Firstly, he wanted an opportunity for a fresh start with his own destiny, achievements, and glory. Secondly, a small part of him still wishes he would meet his wife during or after his reincarnation. Wang Chang looked in the distance. My only regret is that I did not see the upper dimension sect and what it has become. However, I can put it on my to-do list for the next life. Wang Chang's body rapidly decomposed before turning into a blood-red seed that fused with his soul. He took one last look at the world before a gate manifested, and he entered. Wang Chang frowned as the reincarnation process was nothing that he expected. He found himself in this large, eerie, empty hall with a throne at the center. Is reincarnation different in the upper dimension? Wang Chang thought, wondering what was happening. Then, an enormous face materialized in the room, looking at him from above. He did not notice the person's presence or when they arrived. Wang Chang, I've been waiting for you. Divine Seal Continent. It seems like I didn't need to intervene, Wu Hong muttered, which was good news. Now that the latter has entered samsara, everything should be fine. She changed her gaze to other places. Wu Hong expected Supreme Unity to act in some capacity, but surprisingly, nothing occurred. Or he acted but was stopped, but I could not tell. She sighed while shaking her head. The difference between the Paragon realm and half-step transcendence was too vast to the point of despair. Lower dimension, myriad emperor world. Wang Wei opened his eyes from this throne, exhaling deeply. Nothing happened, that's good. Unfortunately, he sensed his grandfather had entered reincarnation, but he could not detect anything that occurred afterward. Should I check on him, or am I too paranoid? After pondering briefly, he decided to try. He used the Samsara Quartz luck-condensing artifact to enter a dark, endless space. Sir Stone Yama King, may I have an audience? Wang Wei waited a few seconds with no response. Any entity of that level will notice when someone calls out their name, especially with obvious intent of communication. He waited a few more minutes before talking again. Sir, I have no agenda. I simply want to check whether a family of mine has successfully reincarnated. No answer. I just need a yes or no, and I will be in your debt, Wang Wei added, showing his politeness by bowing. Sadly, no one answered him. So he sighed before leaving. He immediately sent a projection to Li Jun's court. Big brother? Did something happen? No need to worry. Grandpa entered reincarnation, and I just wanted to make sure for my peace of mind, Wang Wei explained. Is there a way you could check? I'm afraid not, Li Jun shook his head. He reincarnated in the upper dimension, which is the main branch. I'm new and have no achievements under my name, so it will be difficult to ask any superiors to check. I figured as much. Did you sense him entering samsara? I did. Then you need to worry. I doubt anyone could easily interfere with samsara, even those two. Maybe you're right. They talked for a few minutes before the projection dispersed. Li Jun is right. I shouldn't worry too much. Wang Wei sent the news back to the family before continuing his retreat. However, he sensed something else, the upcoming arrival of Hua Long. He sent someone to deal with it before continuing his retreat. Hong Meilin walked into her private quarter, lying loosely on her throne. She had none of her previous dominance or nobility, just exhausted. It's been 3 days, and the council has not decided, despite her suggestions to surrender. Omicronim sadly, her previously overwhelming power in the council proved useless as these people only cared about preserving their current status and power during the upcoming turmoil. For many, their wildest dream is that the first heavenly emperor and the golden god perish together, leaving their territories open for conquest. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. I've been calling you for the past 5 minutes. Are you all right? The scholar asked. I'm fine, just tired of all the tedious political struggles. Damn those council members. They were all quick to support you when they needed your strength, but once their benefit is touched, they are now quiet. That's how the world has always been, Hong Meilin sighed. Don't mention them for now. Has Hua Long returned? Speaking of the devil. Hua Long walked into the room, and Hong Meilin frowned. Guessing from your demeanor, you're bringing bad news? More or less. There is some good news? Yes, they accepted the apology. That's good, she nodded. What about the bad news? Wang Wei never received me. I only dealt with someone from their foreign affairs department. Hong Meilin grunted. Meanwhile, the scholar was trying to control himself to not accuse these people of disrespecting his queen. Their answer is the same. Surrender or die. The room was quiet. The situation is getting annoying, Hong Meilin thought. She was not as attached to the alliance as those people. Her priority has always been to ascend, meet her master, and become her true disciple. However, she wanted to do a few things beforehand. Firstly, be as powerful as possible before ascending to ensure she can get her master's approval. Secondly, she also wanted to do something major, not just to increase her survivability as an eternal but also to follow her master's footsteps and do something that affected the entire lower dimension. So, what is our next step? Hua Long asked, but no one could give her an answer. Hong Meilin sighed. What do you suggest? We can try to lobby different council members until we have a majority, the scholar suggested. However, as you can guess, this method is slow, and the chances of success are up to debate. Or, we can use our military might to forcefully take control over the council before surrendering to the myriad emperor world, Hua Long recommended. How can you talk of committing such an act of betrayal so easily? Hua Long ignored him. If we offer him the central region, the first heavenly emperor will reward us handsomely. His history has shown his business savvy and generosity. Hong Meilin was deep in thought. The suggestion was not a bad idea. However, she wondered whether such a step was too drastic. Your Majesty, this is not the time for hesitation. This is the time to be decisive and cruel. The council members are high on the dream of power, believing they can still protect the status quo. But anyone with a decent brain knows we are too weak to have control over our territory, let alone their ambitions to control the entire lower dimension. This place is a sunken ship. If you don't do something now, we will drown with them. You may have a point. I still think this is too drastic, the scholar added. How about we try the diplomatic way first before using force? We don't know how much time we'll have before this war begins, but we know it's not long, Hua Long added. They both have a point, but I'm leaning more toward Hua Long's side. However, I don't like the idea of using force on these people after how much they've supported me and have worked with them for so long. How about I? Hong Meilin suddenly stood up from her throne, looking around with her divine sense. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Something happened. Something terrible, but I don't know what. She immediately tried to divine the issue, with no result. However, this overwhelming sense of doom was lingering in her mind. Myriad Emperor World, Wang Wei opened his eyes. Damn it, something unexpected occurred. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1159 7th Court Meeting. Wang Wei looked in the distance, his face as serious as he ever was. He glanced at a man with golden armor and deep, cunning eyes, but a dark and ominous power was hidden. The man sensed his gaze and looked back, smiling evilly. "You never took me seriously. I bet you're regretting it now." The golden god, no, the heaven-devouring emperor, said. Wang Wei frowned as his first instinct was to rush over and eliminate this anomaly, but he stopped himself. Such an unexpected situation is the perfect time to calm down and think rationally. Why are you so smug when you're nothing but a discarded chess piece? He did not hide the sneer and contempt in his voice. He expected Heaven's devouring emperor to be the final victor in this battle of consciousness, but he never expected the latter to use the power from the abyss gap. I've monitored him very closely, so he could not have actively contacted the abyss gap without me knowing. So, that can only mean they're the ones who contacted him, most likely when I was in the dark truth and my focus was somewhere else, Wang Wei analyzed. Assuming there is an Empyrean tier powerhouse inside, it's understandable how they could hide from my prying eyes. Wang Wei figured out the situation, but that did not change how he did not like how something so unexpected occurred under his watch. Chess piece? Maybe so, but until the game is over, who is not finalized. The heaven-devouring emperor felt confident with all this strength, especially since now it belongs to him alone and not someone else's puppet. Talk to me again once you survive until the end. Wang Wei no longer hesitated as he attacked. A towering palm descended on the god Reverie world, and if it lands, the entire world will be wiped out. No, the entire world community will be reduced to nothingness. The heaven-devouring emperor laughed wildly before casually blocking this attack with a golden palm of his own. He not only blocked the palm but perfectly annihilated all the power and forces behind the attack to prevent any damage or destruction to his home world or the community. His strength has reached the limit of tenfold but hasn't entered the taboo battle strength, Wang Wei analyzed. Such news should mean he's not as much of a threat, but things will not be so simple. He might have a way to temporarily achieve Empyrean strength, probably using the power from the abyss. Wang Wei did not attack a second time and even removed his gaze. He sat on his throne, deep in thought. The good news is this catastrophe is officially a real one. The team-up between the heaven-devouring emperor and the abyss gap has officially turned the lower dimension into a state of real emergency. However, things are a little fishy, Wang Wei thought. If I were in the shoes of my enemies, what would I do? He squinted his eyes as a word popped into his mind: distraction. So, that's how it is. Wang Wei could not divine the truth, and he ended up empty-handed even if he looked into the future, since all he saw were a bunch of timelines with false or incomplete information. However, he could deduce the truth based on the scattered information he gathered from different means or abilities. With a thought, a powerful bell echoed throughout the myriad emperor world, and the people were shocked once they heard it. The emergency bell? Su sure thought before rushing to the meeting. By now, except for the true Eternals, most powerhouses lived in the court to take advantage of the benefits. So, Su sure was amongst the first to arrive, but not essentially the first. It did not take long for the room to be full, so Wang Wei started the meeting. The Golden God has been corrupted by an unknown and powerful entity. His first words shocked everyone. Since the war was about to take place, these people have been preparing by gathering information on their opponent, including battling him in the dream world. As such, they knew how powerful of an enemy the Golden God was. The general consensus was that he was second only to His Majesty throughout the endless void. But now they learned someone or something corrupted them. Such an idea was scary to the bravest of these people. Who or what can do such a thing? Asked a minister. Isn't it obvious? There is only one true forbidden place in the endless void, the abyss gap. The room was immediately quiet. Your deduction is correct, Wang Wei acknowledged. Due to this unforeseen change, things need to be accelerated. So, we're going to war now? That's correct, Wang Wei nodded. I need you guys to conquer the Central Region Alliance's territories as soon as possible to reach the Golden God's territory. Then, you must liberate the worlds under his control. The Golden God had amassed a lot of incense, and Wang Wei feared that the heavenly devouring emperor could use it to his advantage, for example, reducing the effect of the corruption in his soul or delaying its side effect while using its power. He must eliminate this possibility by freeing this world from the latter's clutch. I've created a technique to remove the faith parasites in these people's souls, but it's not up to my standard. I left notes and data in the dream world, so you must improve upon it during this war. Could it be that the Golden God is now so powerful that even your majesty is worried? The way Wang Wei spoke worried some people, so they had to ask. I won't be dealing with him, Wang Wei replied. I have bigger problems, so you must deal with him yourselves or buy enough time until I return. And how exactly are we supposed to do that? Aoshin asked. He tried fighting that bastard in the dream world, which was disastrous. Wang Wei waved his hand to summon the 4-symbol mirror. He first injected his terrifying Empyrean tier power into the mirror before talking to the crowd. This must be a fast and quick war. So, all of you can borrow strength from this mirror to increase your strength. We want to conquer as many worlds as possible as fast as possible. Be mindful to protect yourself as this artifact could corrupt your Dao. Regardless of how weakened this artifact was, it still contained a Dao on par with at least 70% Grand Dao source. If these people are not careful when using its power, it's normal for their Dao to be corrupted by the one in the mirror, thus cutting off their future cultivation. Feng Heng. This poor monk is here. You'll be the one fighting and stopping the Golden God, Wang Wei ordered. Your Buddhist power of purification should have some effect on the Abyss Gap's power after being boosted by the mirror. Your fighting tactic should be to prevent him from using the Abyss power. If you do that, you will have no issue dealing with his current strength. This poor monk understands. Take this seriously, Wang Wei warned. You'll have to watch for corruption from the mirror and the Golden God. The last thing we want is for him to turn you into the enemy. Feng Heng clasped his hand to show his determination and how seriously he will take this battle. If you sense any form of corruption from him, stop the fight and exchange positions with Hua Fenghuang. Her sacred bloodline should give her higher immunity to this type of corruption or assimilation. If the mirror is the problem, you can choose anyone else to replace you, but don't forget to bless them with purification power. Amitba. Under Wang Wei's control, the mirror started to divide into countless illusory mirrors, granting every immortal in this room a copy. He then granted Feng Heng the main body before dismissing everybody, including his mother. He sent an emergency gathering to all his allies or rulers under his jurisdiction, telling them of the conclusion from today's meeting. Afterward, he placed Dong Lifan in charge of the group tasked with upgrading the Faith Insect Counter technique. He did not have the time to complete this thing and needed capable people to make up for it. Wang Ju, he called. A shadow rose from the ground before him. Omicron, Master. Your task will be the most important and possibly dangerous. Do you wish me to protect the entrance to the Abyss Gap? Correct, Wang Wei nodded. Use all your powers to ensure nothing goes in or leave until I return. If need be, don't hesitate to sacrifice yourself. I want. Wang Wei sat alone on his throne for a few seconds. In that confrontation, I secretly revived the Golden God's obsession with faith. The heaven-devouring emperor should not notice for a while, meaning his actions will be restricted as he is driven by that obsession. Wang Wei could deduce that the heaven-devouring emperor will not focus on himself for a while as his priority will be to preserve his divine kingdom with all his believers. In other words, he will focus on the war and preserving as much territory as possible. Wang Wei stood up before teleporting to his destination, the Nether Hell. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1160 True Empyrean Strength. Wang Wei did not immediately enter but instead brought this entire forbidden zone into the void battlefield. He frowned as he realized he never had a chance to upgrade the battlefield, so it still could not bear a true battle between two emperors. Without much choice, Wang Wei added a few quick arrays to temporarily support this place and prevent leakage of their strength. Otherwise, one of them could destroy the entire lower dimension. Once everything was set up, he removed all the seals on the nether hell. Old Man Nether slowly walked out, and Wang Wei squinted. His aura is different, fiercer, and more warrior-like. The previous Old Man Nether was like a wild beast, but Wang Wei could tell the latter had lost its fangs. But this one was another story. He was truly an apex predator. Was it your doing? Wang Wei asked. This three-way alliance, was that your idea, or am I giving you too much credit? Did you just come up with this idea, or have you been working with the Abyss Gap for a long time? Are you sure you should be here? Old Man Nether asked calmly. Don't worry, I've prepared for your little friend. As long as I kill you quickly enough, everything will be fine. It seems you have much faith in your people. Old Man Nether cracked his neck. I would love for the plan to proceed normally and distract you long enough for us to escape, but am also fine with luring you here. King of Hell Mode, the black bone armor materialized on his body as he used his most powerful state. His hair and beard turned into flame, but not the color purple as before, but dark red. His pupils were not blood red but pitch black. His aura and transformation are indeed different, but I don't sense any corruption or abyss power from him, Wang Wei analyzed as he activated his awakening, along with all his boosts to enter the taboo realm. He manipulated his aura to resemble the last time they fought, hiding that he had entered the taboo realm or had achieved perfection. His proving Dao artifact turned into a silver sword, but to his surprise, his opponent summoned a halberd instead of the previous axe. Wang Wei squinted before rushing forward, clashing his weapon against Old Man Nether. The sheer shock from their attack twisted the void from this infinite space composed of the power of nothingness. Luckily, it only twisted it without tearing it apart. The two had hundreds of shadows emanating from their bodies as their weapons clashed, but these shadows were not simple after images of their speed. Each shadow represented the fact they clashed 10 trillion times in less than an attosecond. At first, the two were equal, but with the passing of time, Old Man Nether started to move backward. He could not help as Wang Wei's attack or swordsmanship was direct but scary. Each strike was powered by an infinite number of people from ancient to modern times. He accessed these people's lives from the river of fate and borrowed their strength by controlling their fates. This fate-condensing sword technique is not scarier because he could only access the fate of people weaker than him. Regardless, given the amount of people that existed in the lower dimension since the beginning of time, it was a truly scary number. Boom! Old Man Nether flew a dozen meters, sliding through the floor to prevent himself from flying away in embarrassment. However, Wang Wei would not give him the opportunity to rest as he continued his onslaught of attacks, forcing him on the defensive. It's different from our previous fight, Wang Wei thought. It's apparent that his previous lack of battle experience was gone, meaning he spent all that time training. He must have used his created life forms to aid him. Old Man Nether's rapid improvement could only mean he spent countless years fighting and training to compensate for his previous lack of experience. Boom! Old Man Nether was pushed back a second time. If that's all you have, you'll be very disappointed. The battle has just started, brat, Old Man Nether sneered. Yin-Yang divide. Old Man Nether held the halberd with two hands to ensure his downward slash could use all its power. The all-white empty void of the battlefield instantly turned into black and white as the halberd descended. Wang Wei felt a terrifying power trying to divide him into two, his yin and yang self. He knew that if it succeeded, his strength would also be divided, making it easier for him to be slaughtered. Wang Wei waved his sword, erasing the concept of yin-yang in the surroundings, thus turning Old Man Nether's attack into a simple weapon-based one. As for the weapon itself, he moved it to the side with his left hand. Wang Wei wanted to follow his two-piece combo slash attack to a three-hit with a kick to his opponent's chest, but a terrifying force came out of nowhere and sent him flying a few thousand kilometers. What the hell just happened? He was perfectly intact, without even a scratch due to his invisible will armor. However, he was baffled since this attack originated out of nowhere. His senses did not detect anything and he saw nothing. Bang! Another attack from an invisible being and Wang Wei still could not see or sense anything. Now that he anticipated the attack, he reduced the force from the attack the moment the assailant's hand touched his protection, but that only prevented his body from flying away. This attack felt like it originated from a large and blunt weapon, Wang Wei analyzed. Old Man Nether rushed in to attack, but Wang Wei ignored him as he did not believe the latter could easily penetrate his defense, which was boosted by his current strength. Wang Wei received 2 more attacks before finally seeing the creature attacking him after blessing his eyes with all his Daoist. In other words, he condensed Samsara eyes, Fate eyes, Luck eyes, Yin-Yang eyes, Destiny eyes, Time eyes, Disorder Order eyes, and Freedom eyes into one. He saw a bone creature holding a large mace. The creature was weak, maybe even too weak, but its weapon was Empyrean tier, hence the source of most of the damages from the attacks. Is that a creation life form? Wang Wei asked. So, even this tactic did not work, Old Man Nether thought. You sacrifice all its power and development potential to increase its invisibility ability. Then, you gave him an artifact to compensate for its attack potency, not caring that every use would drain its life force. That's not a bad design or plan, Wang Wei commented. During the time he was preparing to attack the Death World, Wang Wei saw that a few more pages from Wu Hong's notebook were unsealed and read them, so he knew about creation lifeforms. As the name implies, they are creatures born from an Empyrean through their Grand Mist Wheel or the inner worlds of Dao rulers. This should not just be all of it. Why don't you show me the others? As you wish, Old Man Nether responded with squinted eyes. Originally, the creation lifeform tactic should have been reserved as a trump card for the end of the battle. After all, the longer he can prolong this battle, the more advantage their alliance will have. However, in the short period since this fight started, Old Man Nether realized his opponent had improved faster than anticipated. That terrifying defense alone gave Wang Wei an overwhelming advantage, not to mention his usually brilliant techniques. So, Old Man Nether decided not to waste time and go all out to eliminate this foe. Wang Wei's eyes squinted as he saw more than 300 people rushing out from the Nether Hell, each of them with the aura of an Empyrean. This is not good news, he thought with great somberness. He knew all these people were creation lifeforms, meaning Old Man Nether created them. He was not surprised by this fact but by the fact that they were all tier 11. According to Wu Hong, there are strict rules for creation lifeforms. Inside their creator's world, they can be as powerful as they wish or have any ability the creator desires, there are no limits. However, as soon as these creatures leave their home world, they will experience creation tribulation, and Grand Dao does not play around with this tribulation. The more powerful and broken a creation lifeform is, the scarier the tribulation will be, resulting in a terrifyingly low survival rate. In fact, 99.9% of Tier 12 creation lifeforms die in that tribulation, even if their maker is a paragon. Honger said that creators must consider the art of balance to ensure their creation can pass the tribulation. He glanced at the bone creature. This thing perfectly personified that idea as his creator balanced him out by taking away all his other attributes to ensure his invisibility was amongst the best. She also said that only talented Empyreans can create life forms on the same cultivation as them, and only Creation Dao can create life forms above their tier without any resource aid, but that was not recommended. It was a foolish idea to create any life forms above your tier for a few reasons. Talented people like Wang Wei might succeed if they had enough tier 12 resources, but it would be best to use it on himself than on something like this. However, this was not the main reason that it was forbidden. The main reason is they cannot control their creation. No matter the method, a tier 11 Empyrean cannot control a tier 12 creation life form. Once they pass the tribulation and achieve paragon strength and status, no controlling method will work unless another paragon assists the paragon in controlling the life form. The only way to gain the loyalty of a higher tier creation life form is through charisma or building a deep relationship beforehand. However, after the latter becomes tier 12, it's easy to discern whether the relationship was genuine or a ploy for control. I never thought Old Man Nether was talented enough to create life forms on par with his tier, let alone 300. I truly underestimate that old monster. The situation was not looking good for Wang Wei. It seems obvious that he only needed to use a clone technique to even out the number, but his opponent can do the same and possibly worsen the situation. So, he now had no choice but to battle over 300 Empyreans. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning into the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.